That's time.
There we go.
Time for Team Mog.
GG Deln and Team Mog.
That's an outstanding time. 2 hours, 19 minutes. That's an outstanding time. That's an especially great time for a marathon run. So yeah, it's probably the biggest pushover boss in FF. Final boss in FF game speedrunning.
Well, was, and now we've got the patch, and so we can't just lock him down. Well, I don't know. I think it's still pretty free, so long as you don't just have some bad RNG at the front end. But the first round of the Emperor by far is the harder version of that fight.
That is easily the fastest time for FF2 of any version in any relay so far. So that is that is an outstanding time.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That will be tough for the other guys to make up time on. I don't think they have the ability to make up time on that one. So they'll be losing a little bit of time compared to Team Mog here. So Team Mog will maintain their lead.
Yeah, I think Team Mog has definitely pulled ahead a little bit more, but the encounters have just not been kind to Tonberry here in the last couple of minutes. So it's giving Foxy and Tonberry a little bit of room to creep back forward and make up some of that lost ground.
So Foxy's about to hit the Emperor Gauntlet here. Once we're through this one, we'll have the cast and crew from the FF15 produce themselves shortly after that, because we'll have a brief moment here after that. We'll see how this Gauntlet goes first, though. He's got to get through these 2 Royal Guard fights, which are usually not too dangerous unless they ambush you. If they just set you off on the wrong foot, it can snowball things into the later fights. So he's through the first one with no problem.
Tonberry taking a couple of quick saves to keep making his way through Jade Passage, while Foxy is not having any trouble so far with the Gauntlet.
Nope. Leon's down. That's
I'm sorry, Foxy. I'll just stop
Ricardo.
talking.
I'm sorry, Ricardo's down. Yeah, we knew a commentator curse was going to happen. It was inevitable. I mean, thankfully, we can blame you. At least I can blame you. I didn't.
Go ahead. I will happily take all the blame.
Good old commentator curse. Okay. It's inevitable. This should be the last fight that Tonberry needs, unless that's not a good idea. That's not a good encounter. Come on, you can get out of there. There he goes. Okay, Tonberry is through that one. Hopefully he has needles to recover from that. He does. So Tonberry will be finishing off Jade Passage heading into Pandemonium now.
Having as many gold needles as he has, I feel like Tonberry's been burned by getting petrified before.
So far so good for Tonberry. That's not very good though, slow. That's going to slow things down. That is actually very detrimental here.
Yeah.
Emperor elixiring, but Emperor's already at full health. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fine.
Foxy's just taking this a little bit slow. Doesn't want to be auto-battling this and making a wrong command input. If you have the choice between making an option fast or accurate, you want to choose accurate every time.
Flow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Okay, so he's gotten through the wood golem. That's really the key here. He really doesn't want the Emperor to blink. That's about the worst case here.
The Emperor can elixir for the rest of time, and that'll be exactly what Foxy wants, frankly, with the slow.
He's making progress here.
Yeah.
Maria being down does not really negatively impact this too much. If he can isolate the Emperor or get the Emperor down and isolate the other enemy, he's in pretty good shape here. And having additional characters up just gives him more bodies to absorb hits.
Ricard just needs to land that blood sword hit and get some of that health back.
This thing, hey, this is Yeah, this is difficult just because his melee characters are slowed here, which is reducing their chance to hit and reducing the damage output that they... Oof, it's really proving troublesome. And it doesn't help when they're also landing hits like this. He can still recover this, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's already made pretty good progress. Just needs to get... If he can get that guard down and isolate the Emperor, no, that's going to be a problem. No, that is going to be a real problem now. He can still work through this, but that's going to make this annoying.
Yeah, but with Guy and Ricard both dying and coming back, they have lost the slow. So
it's true.
That is helpful. It's just unfortunate that the Emperor used Blink right then as well.
Emperor just took half of his health in one hit, so he's half dead. If you can get one more hit like that on the Emperor will be good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got him. The Emperor's down.
Nice.
There should be just one Royal Guard, so he has recovered this fight. He should be able to finish this out.
Yeah, wonderful recovery, Foxy.
Good way to stick with that one. It would have been very tempting to reset that, but that was not... You don't really want to reset that because you have to repeat the 2 fights before it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last major RNG boss until the end. So he's just... It's all random encounters from here for Foxy. In the meantime, we've got Talbrook about almost all the way through that. We have a quick chance for the FF15 runners to introduce themselves if they want to go ahead. I don't know if you guys are muted or not, or if you're just being respectful because we're almost close here. We'll continue on because Albrecht's got one more long floor here that he's almost through. Oh, that's exactly what you don't want to see here. That's the danger. That's the danger of the old patch. Is these curl fights? They can use that blaster move, which can kill or paralyze everybody. It's just a nasty attack. If you get multiple curls in an encounter and they ambush you, that is as good as a game over as it's going to be. He did get out of that encounter very luckily.
Yeah, it's the curl fights and the Lamia fights are the ones that really can slow you down and cause a wipe here at the end of the game. Lamia with her charm and Curl with those blasters that just, like you say, it just takes out everybody. Or has the chance to.
And Talbot here, what happened was he got confused on the previous fight, which changes the auto battle command by default. If that character commits a confused turn, they'll usually just attack with that, which you have to stop and correct your auto battle stuff. But he's almost done here. We're going to say goodbye to Sid on Jira's side. Jira's dance party is also over as well. He's going to go get his airship, and then he's going to start making his way through the final dungeons here. Talbrook is now done with the 8th floor. He's on to the 9th floor, so he's got 2 floors left. So Team Choco, get ready to go.
Yep.
Oh, he must have hit the perfect encounter tile there, because he didn't get an encounter on either of the last 2 floors. Very nice.
Well, given what the game did him in Jade Passage, I think he was owed that one.
Okay. Emperor, 1 hit, 2 hits, and 3 hits.
There we go.
For Choco.
GG Talbrook and Choco. That was a nice, easy, clean fight.
Yep. That's the power of the Sleep Sword and the Blood Sword in combination.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out there so everyone is aware. I had Maria and Guy both at one point or another hit level 2 life in that. So that was a run. I'm going to go back and watch that recording later and figure out just how many ambushes and wipes I had. But good luck to our FF15 runners.
Yes, we'll give them another opportunity here to introduce themselves while we are waiting for Jira to get started on this next engine.
I guess I'll start introducing myself. I'm Yida. I'm an X15 runner. Seems like the other two I've muted, I think.
I can introduce myself. Hi, I'm Kios. You might know me. I've ran 15 way more than anyone legally or medically should. Yeah, I'll be your commentator as well.
Hey folks, I'm Sharky. I'm mostly here to give my energy to people, to run the splits, and to look pretty. I've done Lightning Returns and 13 stuff before and tried to learn 15. Plus, I've watched about 1,000 of Kios's runs at this point, so I can pretend to be qualified to be here, and we can have a good time. Thanks, guys.
You guys have more time to introduce yourselves if you're going on. We just have Foxy making his way through Castle Pandemonium, but he's got a little ways to go here before anything of note happens.
I guess we could introduce the runners. For Team Mog, we have Barbados 00. They've been running this game for quite a bit of time.
One of the earlier runners.
Yeah, definitely one of the earlier runners.
And then on Team, I believe Choco?
Yes, Choco.
Maddie?
Yep.
And then Tonberry is DTG. They're relatively new. I think they came about, I guess, just over a year ago. Almost 2, I think.
Yeah, I know Maddie. Maddie's been around the community, I want to say closer to about 2 years. It's just, I think he had a lot of like internet issues and real life issues crop up, which tends to happen. Yeah, DTG's been around too. Just a lot of runners with other priorities, and that's okay. I know you know what that's like, Yida.
A little too well.
Yeah. We call it suffering from success, Emmy.
I know I've watched a lot of FF15 runs over the last, I don't know, year or two, and they're a lot of fun. So I definitely encourage everybody that if for some reason FF2 was like your thing and that's what you woke up here Saturday morning to watch, which I don't know, there are like probably 3 of you, that FF2 is the impetus. But stick around, FF15 is great fun. We've got great runners and the commentary is going to be awesome as well. So right now we're just watching as Foxy gets back through Palmacia Castle to go confront the Emperor Part 2 and bring Leon back to our side.
To be fair, I'd recommend 15 if anyone's ever looking to like pick up a plus or minus 5-hour action RPG. It is probably one of the easiest to get into as a speedrun. It's very beginner friendly.
Yeah.
As someone who was alive when FF2 was released, I can also recommend FF15 as something that would be fun to play.
Shots fired, goodness.
Sharky, get off my lawn.
You first.
Here, pass me my walker.
I don't know. I don't say anything about the bashing of FF2 because I don't think it's a very good game. It is a very interesting speed, I think.
It is. It's really cool with the pixel remasters. It gave a lot of people that like don't have the more retro equipment to run it a chance to like experience the game in some way. I thought it was a unique and interesting experience. I'm not going to say if it was good or bad because that's just opinion and not fact, but it was a very unique experience, I think, as a video game.
Yeah, if you're certainly looking for something different, you're going to be finding that with FF2. Foxy's here. He's about to confront the Emperor here on the final floor. Emperor Leon.
Good luck.
Emperor for a day, it feels like.
Yeah, they're about to get new management.
New old management. Which I actually feel that in my real life.
One would expect no less.
Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
I'll miss it once this road trip's over with.
He's going to bring fresh ideas to the table this time, though.
Anytime you please. I'm sure Cindy will be glad to look
What,
after your
restructuring our salaries?
Right.
So, that's what this is about.
Or maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of them the first time because the new guy was god-awful. So just be thankful that you get some annoyance that you already know and are used to.
Wheel of restructuring, turn, turn, turn. Teach us the lesson that we should learn.
Wow, that's a throwback.
You're welcome. So am I.
Hey, Barbie with some good speed tech. I saw that, Barbie.
So Foxy is about to move into the last 2 dungeon rush, where it's just going to be a lot of hoping and praying that the enemy encounters play nicely and the ambushes go better than they did for Talbrick, who I can't believe had 2 different characters with level 2 life at the end. That usually, a bad run, you wind up with 1 person with level 2 life. If you have 2 people with level 2 life, then it just hits you in the face and kept coming back. So to finish when he did is still good time, because the game was not giving him any favors.
Oh, good. Tonberry joined our party now. Okay. Foxy's setting up her card for the final areas, and then he's just going to have to make his way over there. We're going to get a brief cutscene here where it shows us where to go with our airship. This is new to this version of the game, too. Previous versions didn't show you these little sections. This is a very common spot to get confused as a casual player, because if you try to visit this particular section of the map before this point, nothing is there. You don't get any indication that anything is actually there all of a sudden, unless you are really paying attention to things somehow. So you would just kind of have to randomly wander around the map with the airship to notice that. But thankfully, they show you exactly where that is and exactly where the airship is after Sid passes away, unfortunately.
And those are, the tiny changes that they did to the pixel remasters that just make it that much more enjoyable to do for the first time or revisit if it's been 20 years since you've touched the games.
Words cannot express the joy in my heart on receiving word of this coming peace, nor the pride I take in my betrothal, playing a part in this.
And for any of the folks that are, just waking up, just hopping in, or just coming in for the FF15 run, there were patches that came out for the Pixel Remaster games. All of them in the last month or so. FF2's was on Monday morning. And so with, all of the runners agreeing and management's permission, everybody actually ran the old version of the patch. So everything that you're seeing right now is kind of the last gasp of this version of the run. We are currently in rerouting time, and all of the resources that you see that are dated before August 21st or something are going to be out of date, but we are working to, once a route is established, go back in and get all that caught up. It is still a great run to play, and it's a lot of fun, I think. As Forsyth said, that the game itself is a little iffy at times, but the speedrun's great fun.
As a stranger of paradise runner, I feel your pain. We got that surprise patch, and everything's different now. But that's part of the fun. I mean, 15 was the same way. We not suffered. It was one of those things, inevitably the game just, we got better and got quicker, despite any weird patches.
I guess
It was weird. It's weird the Pixel remasters, just because it had been almost a year since some of these games had gotten an update. So it just kind of came out of nowhere. And some of the changes are positive. I mean, there's faster fleeing,
Just how many
There
fighters have we
are
taken?
there's like some crit animations, which would probably help some more visually impaired.
Yeah.
Crown City.
Nah, accessibility and visibility is always good. I love changes like that.
Faces and snap some of us too.
My face just does that.
Things like
Yeah,
that
I
are
think
kind of
overall the patch is probably good. It just, you know, little things we're gonna have to reroute around.
Got a lot of respect for people actually being able to push through those kind of changes. The biggest patch I can remember for a game I ran is when they repaired the audio for the final boss so he would talk to you again.
Yeah. Man, I remember the 1980s. Good times, Sharky.
Yeah, they just mailed us new cartridges whenever there was a patch.
I see it too. Let's go, kind of want to go for a dip. That a big
It's all right. Look, I remember when the Ryzen series processors came out. You want to talk about mailing people motherboards?
This is an unfortunate like wipe for Foxy here. Marlboros do not mess around. Luckily, we had the autosave right there, so we could just try again.
Ignis, pull over a sec. So,
And thankfully, most of the floors are not incredibly long. But for those that are, that if you're not quick saving or you're pushing your luck, then it'll take you to the back or back to the beginning.
I hate
Which
this
is
floor
rough.
so much. I hate this floor so much.
Yeah, this is the
this is the one I always get bad encounters on. Get some hungry worms there.
And the other unfortunate thing is the less, you know, party members that you have alive, the enemies will hit harder if they're using, like, magic attacks. Because then the damage, instead of being spread out amongst 3 or 4 people, is on 1 or 2. So even if you're at the end of a floor and you're like, maybe I can squeeze it out. Maybe I can eke through. No. Just go ahead, heal up, because it's not worth it.
What a ship inside. What gives?
What's all this about the port closing?
Some kind of holdup. According to my sources.
Yeah, because like that cyclone attack did 150, which everybody can live through. If there were just 2 folks alive, it would have done 300, 400, something like that. So
It's a good thing he's been taking quick saves, because this is what happens.
yeah, absolutely.
Surely you didn't think it'd go unnoticed. At least not by this reporter. Lucky for you, this reporter has integrity. If you want to remain incognito, I'll respect your wish. In exchange for a favor.
I wonder if there's ever going to be a Team Marlboro in the relay.
Hey, I know you'd come around.
What do you guys
Isn't that
think?
just management?
Oh, that is a bad mistake from Foxy.
Oh no.
He meant to cast Life, and I think he cast.
All you gotta do is find
So he's got. If he goes back to his quick save, yes, that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's actually, he can do that.
Don't, and the papers will run you out of
That's a
time.
good recovery from that one, actually. It's really bad because that overwrites your autosave. So if he had loaded his autosave, that would have been not ideal. But he did have a quick save back on this floor. That's a very minor hiccup in the end. But that's just that's the kind of mistake that newer runners will eventually make at some point. Everybody has done that at some point. It's a
Yeah,
rite
I've
of
definitely
passage.
done
Honestly,
that.
it's a rite of passage. He handled that perfectly though. He did have his quick save, so he came right back. Yeah, that's another thing. There is a strategy where you can basically get rid of teleport or things that you will not be using later on. You can forget spells from your characters if you want to,
We're supposed to get near that
which is
thing.
never a bad idea.
Down before you wake it up.
Oh, that's a good pun in chat, Perry. That's a rite of Jade passage. That's a good one. This is the last encounter here, and then he's going to get into Jade Pandemonium. I'm going to implore the management to change the audio back for Pandemonium, because I don't think they got to hear it earlier, and it is outstanding, and you guys deserve to hear it. So I hope they consider changing that just for the end here. If you don't mind. Because the chorals here are fantastic.
Fine, but only for a few minutes.
I'll slip
Hey,
you
there are only a
counter
few minutes
afterward,
left.
Chris.
Yeah, there's only a few minutes left here.
Bad feet.
So Foxy's just going to be running away from everything here. We don't have to fight anything. There's only a handful of unrunnable encounters, mostly on the higher floors. He's hoping to dodge those at this point. He just needs to get through these encounters, needs to take occasional quick saves in case of terrible ambushes.
But of the things to get ambushed by, the Mantis is, it could be worse. It's really those curls that you're terrified of seeing.
This could be bad if he... What we got? Oh, he tried to flee and he failed to flee? That's really unfortunate.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness. He did have a quick save, though. He's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's close to the start of the floor. That sucks. I mean, the only thing worse in this is honestly PSP. Because I've been conditioned from playing the PSP version to quick save on every single fight. It's just annoying. Because you would have to, in the PSP version, if you get unrunnable fights, you have to take them out with teleport or reset. Resetting on PSP can take quite a lot of time.
Yeah. The UMD doesn't spin up that quickly.
I mean, even if you're playing it on a memory stick like I am, it's still not very fast.
Yeah.
I have a UMD copy of this game that I have never opened. And I don't think I will ever open it. I don't think I ever want to play it on UMD. I mean,
no one needs that amount of suffering.
Nobody needs that. I still have it in the shrink wrap.
Yeah, I've got the UMD copy of FF1 and have played it a little bit, but mostly when I was learning that run, I did it on PC with the emulator. It's just so much easier to practice any speedrun when you've got, save states and the like.
I've got a PlayStation 1 copy of FF1 and 2, and every so often, usually around the marathon, is when I go, ooh, maybe I should pull that out of storage. One of these years.
I've never finished the PS1 version of FF1. I have played it, and I hated it. It was the very first version of this I ever played, though. And I mean, knowing what I know now, I could probably go back and play it. But it was not a lot of fun to play, I think, when it first came out. These versions have become much more accessible and much easier.
I think Origins was the first version of FF2 that we could legally play here in the States, so...
That sounds right. Without looking it up, I would need to double check, but I think that's right. And then Dawn of Souls for the GBA came out, like a couple of years after that, I feel like?
Sounds about right. I think I was in my early 30s when that happened.
Oh, stop. No, I think I was in elementary school, and so you would have been probably in high school-ish, I think.
Yeah, I was 32.
And Foxy's just getting beaten around right here. This is really unfortunate for him. He is doing his best, and he's not doing anything wrong here. This is just how this game goes. And thankfully for him, he is quick saving.
It's just literally bad luck. I haven't seen anything this rough in a very long time.
Yeah, and that's the danger of curl ambushes, is they can just do that. They can just game over. And there's really nothing you can do here.
Yeah.
We have a question in chat from Alec trying, did they ever patch up the 100% on hit effects? They literally did just on Monday morning this week. And as a result, we decided to play the old patch.
Yeah, I don't know who still had the files on their PC, but bless them, because otherwise this would have been chaos all around, and we're not playing that game. That's later.
Okay, Foxy's through the first 3 floors. He's on the 4th floor here. This is a short floor, so he's through 4 floors now.
Oh, somebody just let me know it was Foxy that still had the files. So GG Foxy, thank you. Thank you, friend.
Savior of the relay.
Foxy's doing a great job cutting this out.
Yeah, he's been getting far worse RNG than the other runners.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Dellen's an absolute beast at this game, so Dellen was going to be tough to beat, no matter what happened on this one. Dellen is in now, I believe, 3rd place on the leaderboard. That's just because of a brand new world record that was set, I think, yesterday.
I want to say I've seen Dellen set a record in a previous relay a few years back.
Man, I'm so stressed for Foxy right now. For all of them when they were going through Pandemonium, but now that the luck that Foxy has had in Pandemonium, oh my goodness, has not been kind to him.
He's very lucky to get away from that encounter. He's now on the 7th floor, so this is the longest remaining floor at this point. And they have 2 shorter ones after this, and then he'll be on the final floor with the final boss. So the Tonberry runner can get ready, because it's coming up within the next few minutes.
And as we start to wind down a little bit, this has been such great fun. It's been a great morning. All of the runners have been phenomenal to watch, and I'm so excited about what the rest of this weekend has in store, because relay time is my favorite of the year ever since I found out that this thing existed. It's great runners, great commentary, with one of the best series that I've ever had the good fortune of playing.
I'll echo that. Thank you to the organizers and everybody for including us in this one. I'm glad I was able to do commentary for this one. I was looking forward to doing it with the new patch before they did that, and I was going to have some popcorn ready and enjoy that, but I totally understand the decision they made and support that for the sake of the runners. If Foxy had been dealing with this on the new patch, that would have been no bueno. And then, alright, he's on the 2nd last floor here. And we'll also say thank you to the patience for the FF15 runners due to the disparity between teams right here. But we're nearly done now. Foxy's heading onto the final floor here. And the final boss very shortly. Except he gets one random blue dragon he can't run from.
Oh my god.
This game. This game knows that he wants to finish and will not let him finish.
It's all good. We'll get everyone caught up on the 15 side. We got 4+ hours of it to go, so.
Yeah. This is going to be the beginning of Choco's comeback, don't you worry. I'm sorry, Tonberry's coming. Okay, he's all set with random encounters. Now he's just set up for the final boss, and we're going in. That's a good first hit. He misses, but that's not that big a deal. Should be one more hit. Time.
GG. Well fought.
That was such pain. That was so much pain. Oh my god. I am so
GG,
sorry. Oh my
GG.
god.
You did great, Foxy.
Yeah, he did it. So you powered through. That was not really fair.
The beginning ambush RNG was terrible. Maria wouldn't stop dying, and then I just was kind of listening to the stream, so I was not half paying attention. So when I got on the Chocobo 3 different times, that was me trying to tab out and close out of the stream, and so I could just focus. But yeah, thank you everybody. It's so rough. Oh, God.
And thank you to that blue dragon that showed up right at the end there too.
Yeah, I was just yep, okay, encounter, please, and then nope. I was yep, that's right up the alley. But good luck with the Final Fantasy 15 runners, and thanks, guys.
Okay, the FF2 crew here is going to wrap it up and hand it over to the FF15 crew. Good luck to everyone. And thank you again to the organizers and the viewers here. I hope you guys enjoyed this.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you for your service. All right, hey friends, welcome to Final Fantasy 15. DTG is going to take it away for the Team Tonberry. Hopefully going to be closing the gap a little bit. If you have not played this game, as usual, as Kios, I will recommend you do it. If you're looking at something fun and potentially interesting for the 12-hour challenge, yes, you can actually pick this up and finish the speedrun in 12 hours. I absolutely promise you. Up ahead, we have Barbie running for Team Mog, entering, about almost halfway through Chapter 2. The teams should converge a little bit. DTG is the faster of the runners today, so we're going to see some things. Maddie just about to wrap up Chapter 1 as well, kind of stuck in a very long cinematic. But if you haven't played this, it is a open world action RPG. There will be lots of jumping, there will be lots of costumes, and heck, you'll push a car. There is a car, believe it or not.
Where's the one nearby you mentioned?
I can't tell from my side. We're not on DTG's audio right now, are we?
No, we should be on Barbie's.
Okay, good.
Oh, good. I have all three up. But yeah, I guess we'll get through the beginning bits of the story to get us somewhere caught up, and we can kind of backtrack if we need to. Chapter 1, you're kind of introduced to the world and the cast of characters. We have the mechanic lady, we have your nerdy cook friend, we have the guy with the camera, and we have the dude that no matter what refuses to wear a shirt, and we have the emo prince. What we learn in Chapter 1 is how to fight things, how to run from things, and that jumping is a lot faster, so you'll see a lot of speed tech. You'll also see a really cool outfit that DTG will probably put on in a couple of minutes here. It is definitely 100% not a Power Ranger suit. There was never a cease and desist letter that was ever sent. I'm just kidding. But yeah, Chapter 1 is basically we push a car, we travel around, we meet up with basically a felonious individual by the name of Dino, who is reviled and disliked so much by the community that we created a speedrun that actually skips him. But long story short, Dad died. Oops, sorry. So after that, where Barbie is and right where Maddie is about to hit, we are sent on a quest to go and get some magical weaponry, which is always a good thing, I guess.
Like many past Final Fantasies, there's an empire to deal with, and you're initially outgunned, and you are trying to come up with the firepower that you need in order to fight back. Is that a good way of describing the Royal Arms?
Yeah, so the Royal Arms are actually weapons of the previous rulers of the, I guess, the Lucius line. Alright, looking good here. Some quick menuing from Barbie. I'm trying to say, I don't think we end up ever getting actually too overpowered in this run. A lot of it is just the correct use of the magic system, as well as Armiger, which is kind of like just going a little bit Super Saiyan. We actually we only use that for one fight, I think, anymore realistically. So
yeah, there are some other applications for Armiger, but it's more or less just for movement other than combat. Barbie just hit what is it called again? Arachne, which is one of the worst enemies in the fights. It constantly jumps around and it's hard to get hits on it. I think the fire almost missed it, but luckily it stayed still a bit.
Yep. Good timing. I've actually figured out for some reason that point warping in this area gives you like absurd amounts of extra damage for some reason. So basically that's what I end up doing because it ends up equaling out to be a little bit faster. You will see a lot of, as DTG is also showing it off, their warp striking is going to be early on one of our best friends. With the Ragnarok sword, it has additional warp strike damage, which is already pretty high at the expenditure of MP. The next thing you'll see is actually probably Barbie is going to get set up, might already have it set up, is we will use one of the first Royal Arms that we pick up, which Maddie is on the way to get now, which is the Sword of the Wise. The cool thing about these Royal Arms is that they are extremely powerful. Hooray, everybody loves that. But they also have unique movesets and give you very unique stats. The only downside to them is that as you use them, they will drain your HP. And it's not just like, oh, a little bit tee-hee ha-ha. Like, they will actively drain your HP every time you do damage. So it is a good bit of balance that is required to use them to their full efficiency. As I mentioned, they do all have fairly unique movesets, which is really cool. Makes combat look really neato. But specifically with the Sword of the Wise, it has a very special property that your first attack with it will do double the damage of the rest of the combo. So as Barbie makes his way across here, he's actually going to do our first bit of elemency as well, where we're going to create some magic. If you've played this before, you would probably know that magic in this game is incredibly powerful, which is why it has like a 30-second cooldown. So Barbie is going to, at some point, make himself a very nice Thundaga. Yeah, that's right, a Thundaga, top-level magic within the first 40 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and to explain a little bit more about magic, there are consumables and you have to craft them. And over the run, we do use different items to craft them. So as you notice here, he's using 99 sheep milk that we can buy for 5 gil each from the car. And just like that, he gets Thundaga, which is insane. It just one-shots most enemies for at least the beginning of the game.
It'll one-shot pretty much everyone except boss monsters well into Chapter 5, which is kind of nutty when you think about it. Like, it's just one of those things, the way the game presents the magic system, they probably could have done a slightly better job at it, but the fact that you have the ability to have massive area of effect damage, 6 dual casts, so, you get 6 usages of the magic, and it realistically should be a double cast every time, with basically any of the Aga spells also add in battlefield effects, so there will be lightning dancing across the ground. If you do it in water, it'll shock a lot of stuff. But right from the beginning of the game for less than 1,000 gil. So we will definitely use that to our advantage. Let's see, we got anything going on? Looks like DTG has made it to Dave. Dave's a cool dude, casually and both within the game. He works for the Hunters. We'll be dealing with them a little bit later. And it looks like Matty is also on his way to get the first Royal Arm. Barbie's going to head into the Infiltration here. Looks like he had bad luck there. One of the enemies not getting hit with that thunder. I haven't had that happen in a hot minute.
Okay, nice. He went up to the catwalk. That's one of the more difficult warp strikes to actually get, actually.
It is. I don't like it, to be honest. For some reason, I don't trust Ragnarok there, so I just keep it on Sword of the Wise. But you'll see here Barbie showing off that first attack. Like I mentioned previously, it's just makes things a lot nicer. And the way we kind of do our leveling and equipment, it's like a 90% chance that you're going to do 1,000 damage or more, which is exactly how much health the normal enemies have here. So everything just kind of works out really nicely. Looks like, yep, someone being sneaky there. You'll also occasionally see the runners go into first-person view. We use that actively to skip item pickup animations. It doesn't seem like much, but every time you do it, it saves about a second. You'll also occasionally see us just randomly open the camera and close it really quick. That's also to cancel out like idle animations. A lot of this is like really advanced speed tech. If you want to get into the run, you don't have to, but for a lot of us that have been like pushing this game to the absolute limits, you kind of take what you can get.
What's funny? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think the starter pack is just to go on Amazon and order a pallet of milk and a 9-volt battery and see if you can command the thunderstorm. So
Yeah, basically that's how it works. The car is the shop. The best NPC in the game, as it turns out, has 4 wheels.
Go ahead, Ida.
So yeah, to explain first-person mode a little bit more, it's only exclusive to Royal Edition. And to also explain Royal Edition a little bit more, so it does come, at least in a speedrun, we are allowed to use some DLCs, which includes this Ragnarok weapon that we're using for pretty much the whole run. And the reason why we chose to do this is because it was to make it pretty much what the PC run would be like, so that it's different enough from what the base game would be for console. But the biggest change is definitely the different Chapter 14 story. But the fact that we're adding these DLC options, we're changing the route quite considerably from the base game.
Yeah, it just made sense for us because we had the Royal Edition and they released the PC version, and do we really need to make nuanced versions of like 3 different versions of the game? It was just easier for us to basically give the Royal Edition the same setup as the PC, like whatever PC gets, Royal Edition can use, and I think that ended up kind of being fair and just making it nice and even across the board, so there's not like weird wrinkles in strats just because you want to play it on computer one day.
Yeah, and gives it a fresh new route too, compared to just like pretty much doing the same thing as the base game, but then Chapter 14 is the only thing that's different.
Yep. Barbie with a clean infiltration there. Yeah, as Hob points out in chat, we met a very important NPC there, Loki. If you do the fight correctly, the fight is actually shorter than his actual monologue and introduction. He's a very important character. We will never see him again later. He does show up later in the game, though, if you're interested in like the flying car and some of the post-game stuff. You do actually get a chance to fight him again, and another very, very, very important NPC that we'll also only see once in the game.
He shows up in episode Ignis as well, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
I remember the first time I watched an all Hunts run and was genuinely confused when Loki showed up a second time.
Yep. It's like, no, dude, I need this. God, that was
Nice
the old days with the car. Yeah, it was very clean. No elixir or megalipsir drop though. Womp womp.
Oh yeah, that item that Maddie just picked up, it is RNG. You can get either megalixir or elixir. Megalixir is the best one. It just gives you straight up 2,000 gil. And the worst one is the base coin, which is basically nothing.
I think it's like 150.
150, yeah.
The good thing about in a while.
Yeah, the good thing about Royal Edition is you can skip it because we do have a lot more access to gil in this version compared to base game. Base game, we have to buy like food right before fighting the scorpion, so that's just straight up 1,000 gil gone.
I honestly couldn't tell you when I've ever really had money troubles in Royal Edition. Once you like start to get the run really down and get comfortable with it, there's really honestly not a lot of things that can actually like derail a run. Even your first time playing through it, like if you're anywhere decent at video games, chances are you've probably never game overed in this. It's very relaxing, it's very comfortable, and it's not a bad learning experience.
So Barbados is now in Chapter 3, and he's making his way to Lestalin, but what we're actually going to be doing is skipping that city, and we're going to be going straight to the next dungeon for the next Royal Arm. It's going to be like a 2-3 minute drive, so not much going on here.
Yep.
Matty Ice is heading to the Chapter 2 Infiltration. He's also crafting the Thundago now.
And DTG is having herself a chat with a dog. Pretty interesting. Yeah, there are some pretty neato things that go on with this. Technically, what Barbie is going to do is kind of out of order, and I don't think you'd be able to really find it casually. As Yida mentioned, they're supposed to be going to Lestalem, where you'll meet up with some of the other people that escaped from the fall of Insomnia. Jared, Talcott, Gladio's sister, who we would like to remain nameless. But when you get there, Talcott will basically be like, hey, Prince Noctis, I heard that there might be a magical weapon behind this waterfall. However, because we already know where it is, we're just going to go and get it because it makes sense to just drive past it and then teleport back. It's just faster. You'll see a lot of warping because you can teleport to the place you last rested and the car, which means realistically we have two warp points constantly at our disposal. Hope we don't lose the car. But the dialogue that Talcott has for you will actually update depending on whether if you have the sword in your inventory. So instead of getting the, hey, Prince Noctis, he'll just immediately go into, wow, you already have the sword. Awesome. That must be the one from the legend. And the game just kind of lets you carry about with your life. We'll see, as mentioned, like being able to warp to the car and fast travel points. I think Barbie just passed one. Yeah, so you'll see like a little parking indicator. That is going to basically indicate that, hey, you can fast travel back here now, which is really nice, not having to stop everywhere or have to like park directly at a city. And we will be taking advantage of that multiple times throughout the run just to get places faster.
Yeah, the driving route is honestly one of the more optimized things in the whole run, and even down to simply just cutting corners when you're doing turns and small things like that, they do add up over the course of the run.
Last time I checked, including the Chapter 4 stuff, it saves about, if you're doing it optimally, it saves about almost a minute off the run.
That's insane.
It's stupid, dude. Like, literally, like, I think the difference between, like, I think my time and Ranmaru's is literally, like, the difference of if you don't take that turn that Barbie just did as, like, all the way on the inside. It's so dumb.
Not to mention there are like NPC cars that can sort of ruin your movement too. So you sometimes don't want them to spawn in certain areas, or sometimes you do want them to spawn just to make certain turns easier, things like that.
Wait until next chapter. We have some really fun speed tech to showcase there.
I think at one point I've also seen a runner try to put the car up on two wheels trying to go faster. I can't remember which of you that was, though.
That was definitely not me. That was definitely Yida.
Oh, I had this clip, I still like bring it up every now and then, of this NPC that just stood in front of my car and I couldn't park in Chapter 3, I think it was.
At Chapter 3, yeah, sometimes that'll happen too.
That was almost a soft lock until the NPC finally decided to walk away.
I've had Ignis just gently nudge pedestrians out of the way there, but like it's such a brutal time loss. If you're like pushing for world record and you just lose 20 seconds to an NPC just blocking your path, it's pretty awful. Shoutouts to Chitose-san in chat as well. Chitose is one of the Japanese runners who's been working very hard with D-Wins and myself on the active menu glitch category, which is completely busted. As much as everyone, well, not everyone, but as much as you'll hear some snide remarks about this game and its development cycle, honestly, like, trying to find skips and glitches in this game has been incredibly difficult. Like, yeah, we have cute little things like, we can open the camera to reset the character animation or go into first-person view to, like, skip an item pickup animation. realistically, within this version of the run, there are not many glitches. I was going to say Sharky should be splitting. I think everything was good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if things buffered on my side briefly, but I did hit the split on Team Choco.
Everything looks good on that to me. Just wanted to make sure.
No worries. Keep me honest.
Yep. Yeah, no, the DLC stories are individual kind of miscellaneous categories on the leaderboard. I know a few people kind of ran them a bit in earnest. Just don't remember off the top of my head who was doing those.
Yeah, they're not as popular, sadly.
Yeah.
Even Comrades had a short phase where it was quite popular for Japanese runners, and I mean them like finishing the entire Comrade story.
Yeah.
In about 3 hours or something. It was really, really insane.
We've this run has benefited a lot from like the JP community. Chitose really worked hard on active menu glitch. Hawk Snow worked with we worked together a while back on like figuring out what it's worth, like all the driving kind of shortcuts. And if you notice, we actually kind of stop what we're doing in chapter 1 to just take us like literally take a nap at one of the campsites, but it turns out because of how solid state disk drives work, it's actually faster to rest there and then warp back to the car. It ends up saving like a minute. You'll actually see that at the end of chapter 3 too. We're going to do a save and quit because with a solid state drive, it is literally faster to save and quit the game once we start a dialogue than to walk all the way across Lestalem. I was going to say Ranmaru had world record for a while. They did a lot of just optimization of the run.
I don't even know if he's human.
I want to say Ranmaru's last was Ranmaru in the last marathon? Was that the person that we got the Arden phase skip from?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the good old yeah, the newer Arden phase skip, which also pays dividends. You also might notice that no one really takes Good Ice Slide skip. That can be a bit of a difficulty there. See Barbie angling himself right off the wall there in order to skip going down the longer path in this ice cave. That's going to end up skipping an entire encounter, which in this game is literally, could be as long as a minute, but it's a huge time save. Just keeping up his skills. Good job. It's like Maddie getting into chapter 3 as well, and DTG is going to be wrapping up chapter 1 here. Yeah, sub 25 should be a pretty decent chapter 1 for DTG.
Yeah, 15 dungeons have a lot of these moments where you have to either crawl under tight spots or just lean your back against the wall to try and get through a small edge.
There is a way you can skip this upcoming shimmy point. It is incredibly difficult, and to be honest, it's way too risk-reward for me, so I just literally don't do it. Like, if anyone wants to have the same run that Yida or I have, and then just, throw this skip on it, it's a free 20-second time save if you want it, but if you miss it, it's a disaster.
Yeah, looks like Barbados is going for the safer way.
I would, but...
For a marathon.
So there is a good bit of neat little tech here, and you'll probably see it in a few other places within the run. Barbie's going to stick to the right side here, and gonna trigger an encounter here, and then not like that. That's gonna be a little bit rough. Was going for the skip. Needed to be a little bit more to the right there. What you want to do is kind of hook into that. There's that little channel, and that triggers the encounter, and then for some reason you go out of combat quickly enough that it doesn't let you get back into combat again. But this is just going to be about a 45-second time save, unfortunately, or a time loss, unfortunately, but it should be a pretty quick kill. On the plus side, might have some cool items, might have a little bit extra money to go more aggressive later. Saving time in this game is kind of a weird thing, but with the extra money and experience, Barbie should have a little bit extra MP later in the game when it might be useful, and potentially has more money to sell stuff off for elixirs, especially that white sage. That's some good money, so that could fetch him some extra elixirs later in the game. Maybe a couple extra power EXs if he wants to try and make that time up later.
Suppose the biggest problem would be, at least with how magic is consumable in this game, the routing will be quite different now, since that was one of the spots where we would originally use a Thundaga, but now that we could skip the fight, we just simply moved using the Thundaga somewhere else, but it'll be interesting to see where he uses the remaining Thundagas now.
It's the dual cast, so it's not a particularly huge deal. I'd probably just take it out at chapter 4, because you have those 5 enemies. You could probably warp strike through them. As long as it's not one of the later game magics, like normally ending the game, like when you make it to chapter 14, I want to make sure that I have at least one Thundaga and one Blizzaga left for the whole ordeal.
It's getting hot out here.
The costume that Team Moogle has is the Magitech Exosuit. We're going to be using that kind of very precisely throughout the run. It has the ability of making you pretty much invulnerable and uninterruptible when in combat, but it only lasts 30 minutes. All these runners are good enough. They'll finish the game with time left over on that suit. But we just use it a lot when we just kind of want to get through combat. There are preferably other outfits that we will be using and that you will be seeing. Some of them, the game doesn't really tell you what they do. It'll show you that it boosts some stats. But we'll see a very important outfit in Chapter 5 due to the fact that it increases our MP pool and regeneration. Chapter 9 will also have a specific outfit, which allows us to basically have a crit chance of about 25%. I think that's really it. It's generally between those 3 outfits. You might see another one in Chapter 6, depending on who's using the strategy.
You guys are staying here, right? That's the plan. You have time.
This is the Final Fantasy series relay.
I still wish you guys had figured out a way to route in the Cup Noodles outfit, because it just means so much to Gladio.
I don't even remember what the bonus for that is, or if it even has one.
I don't really think it had anything that benefits the run. I think it was just HP up or something.
Yeah.
Morning, sleepyhead.
Someone mentioned AMG. Basically, what happens is you force the game to have a catastrophic event stack error, where it doesn't properly clear a bunch of menus. So what happens with that is the game, while you're playing it, thinks you have a menu open, and it basically prevents a lot of walls from loading properly. So basically the route for active menu glitches, you start the game, you skip the first barrier because you're kind of locked into the first area by these closed gates. You warp out of bounds and warp around it. Then you go fight Deadeye by literally breaking through a bunch of invisible walls. You get some chocobos, you go to where chapter 1 ends, You swim all the way back to Insomnia. And then you just go to the final boss rush. Ta-da! It's a pretty neat category. DTG runs it occasionally. I've been running it. D-Wins in chat runs it, and Chitose in chat run it. It's interesting. It's the culmination of a lot of years of work of figuring out like what exactly you can do with this game. Barbie unfortunately finds himself on a date with one of the least favorite characters in this game.
In the market, he also bought 2 important food ingredients for a very powerful meal that we will eat towards the end of the run.
Oh yes, the Kedier ginger. Very, very useful. I'm not sure. I think DTG has... Yeah, she's probably already bought it. But there are 2 things that we buy in the car early. I do it in Chapter 1. Some people wait until Chapter 2 for money concerns. It is 2 sweet peppers and 2 choco beans. And with the ingredient that Barbie picked up as well, the Kedier ginger, we can make a meal called plump and pungent tofu. I had to double check myself there. I wanted to call it stinky tofu, but it's not. Barbie with the good iris skip there. But yeah, we'll get to that when we hit it.
Oh, and if you notice throughout the whole run, we do have to choose these dialogue choices. And most of the time we do go for AP since level or experience doesn't really add up to a whole lot overall. So AP is the most useful one, but sometimes just for like some optimal dialogues we have to choose other ones that aren't necessarily AP.
Ironically, and I bring this up every marathon I run, this is an any percent version of the game. It is a speed run. Now, this technique carries over in life. The fastest dialogue options in this game are always where you are a jerk. You are dismissive and rude. And much like in real life, people don't want to talk to you when you're like that. So we choose those dialogue options because they're faster, and we're just lucky enough that most of them give us the AP that we want. I normally try and get my AP routing to work out if I'm lucky, that I can get Warp Factor 2 during the Chapter 6 menu. That makes one of the boss fights there a little bit freer, but it also means I don't have to menu it in later during a separate menu where I don't like to be in the menu. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure all these runners are on the same kind of AP and Ascension Tree routing. I don't think anyone has anything hidden or secret in their back pocket, so that should be pretty consistent. But mainly our focus is increasing warp strike damage, getting a skill called Armiger Warp Chain, which we'll get to explain in about 30 minutes or so, I'd say, maybe a little bit less. And magic level and powercraft, which basically makes magic more powerful and gives us a better magic strat. I mentioned it earlier, but Barbie's going into the save and load for Chapter 3 here. What the game wants you to do is you are supposed to walk with Arden literally all the way back across Lestalem to your car. If you are running on a solid state drive, which most of the competitive runners are, or if you're running on PC because it's load removed, it is literally faster to initialize the dialogue, quit the game, save the game, and then reload it. Because the way the game processes this event, it just has the flag that you started talking to Arden, and when you load back in, it's like, oh, well, all right, I guess we're done. And you'll notice the car gets moved here as well. It's just a neat little time save. Yep, Arden has a car. But either way, he's basically, he's a nice guy. He's just trying to help us out. He's gonna be like, hey, I heard you want to go see Titan and the Meteor. Why don't you just follow me? I'll take you there. No ill intentions. I'm just a man of no importance. Man out here with hair like that, looking like he smelled like last week's garbage, but frustration.
Now he's officially in chapter 4.
Yep. So chapter 4 is really cool. The first thing that Arden is going to tell you is that, it's not a race, just make sure you keep up with me.
That's one of my favorite lines. It's a race, not a chase. Oh, it's a chase, not a race.
Yeah, it's a chase, not a race. Do you offhand, Yida, remember who figured out that you could pass Arden? I want to say maybe Hawk Snow, because they were like really into the whole driving efficiency thing. But I don't want to miscredit.
I mean, I don't even know if it was one of the earliest strats, to be honest.
Yeah, it was somewhere along the way, but it definitely was. I remember at Series Relay 3, it wasn't a thing. I don't think it was really a thing at 4. But yeah, someone along the way figured out that you can actually pass Arden here, even though like he tells you that you shouldn't. Man is free game, and you'll probably see a little bit of bumping along the way. And you know what they say in NASCAR, rubbing's racing. But yeah, this actually does save a pretty decent chunk of time in an otherwise almost, like, unless you're making mistakes, you get really lucky with stuff, you're not really able to save time. So Barbie's gonna line up pretty specifically here to get a good angle on Arden. Looks like he's got it set up and secured. Good job.
Yeah, you always.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, you always want to like hug the left here and hope you can crash into him to slow him down too. That works too.
Yeah, the second pass on PS5 for some reason has just been giving me fits as of late, but the second pass is a little bit more difficult to set up. Just because you're trying to make a right turn while the road is leaning left and Arden's already turning in right, and if you get it wrong, you can either just Noctis really will either just not turn, slam into the back of Arden, which does no one any good, or you just kind of don't make the turn and smash into the barrier, which again doesn't really help. You can salvage it, but it is unfortunately a bit of a time loss. We see Maddie, that's Maddie. Maddie unfortunately stuck on his date with Iris. Best of luck, my guy. Hopefully she leaves you alone soon. DTG looking like she had a pretty clean cave there. Nothing really to report on that. Just a nice, solid, clean Arachne. And she's going to make her way over to Monica and get onto the infiltration. Slowly starting to close that gap.
I might have missed something, but it feels like she's had a really clean run so far.
Yeah, pretty clean. That's to be expected. Barbie going to try and set up for the second Arden pass. We all have our own different visual cues. That's fine. Back it up. Yeah. You know what? Barbie still might have a chance at getting this pass if you just kind of let the game do its thing.
If you're too far away, Arden actually does stop, and then you can just sort of catch up to him.
To be honest, we make it sound like it's a huge thing. Not getting the Arden pass overall, I think, as long as nothing catastrophic happens, you lose maybe 8 seconds.
20. Well, I think with the crash there, I think it's like 20-ish.
Oh, we got a little bit of buffering. There we go. Yeah. See, Barbie was able to salvage it. It's not a big deal. Not really a full crash. Was kind of able to keep it going. So GG's on a quick recovery there. The other thing, which I actually stole from Barbie, it doesn't actually save any time, but it is just kind of funny. It maybe saves you 1 foot of movement. When Barbie parks the car, you're gonna get to the end point here, and Arden is actually going to smash into you. Which will generate a very obnoxious clanging noise, but also kind of somewhat push your car forward a little bit. We take the free time saves whenever we can get them here. But good recovery, good recovery. That's a tricky one. I am not 100% on getting the car pass either. So, and I've over 3,000 hours in this game, and it's still not 100% skip for me.
One funny thing about this specific drive is you game over if you're too far away from Arden. So on New Game Plus, you get to keep the upgrades on the Regalia, which also includes increasing your driving speed, and you can pass him and just end up too far in front of him and still game over.
DTG looking pretty clean on this infiltration here. Let's see if we can get a good stack. I've been it's interesting to see how everyone takes on infiltration. For me, I warp strike up to the catwalk, taking out like the middle enemy and then loop back around. It looks like DTG's enemies just didn't stack up the way she wanted though, because normally you would gonna try and warp strike into the tankier enemies because you need to do a little bit more damage. Should be a nice Thundaga cast and she'll be out of here. Very nice, very clean. Some good drops too. That's one thing we haven't mentioned. There is going to be kind of a bit of drop luck scenario going on for a fight that we have to take care of in Chapter 6. Throughout the run, we're really not too worried about many things. But we definitely, at least for me, going into Chapter 6, I want to make sure I have at least one muscle stimulant, preferably over 2 Magitech boosters, or at least 1, and I'm looking for at least 3 reflex enhancers. We need those to create a magic in Chapter 6, and for me, I rely on a very special strategy in Chapter 7 that pretty much dictates that I have to have a Magitech booster and a muscle stimulant. Someone asked about the differences between Royal and base game. Royal adds a bunch of content to it. There's a bunch more boss fights. The story is a bit more fleshed out. I would highly recommend it. It kind of gives a better closure to the game. It does not change the ending, but it makes it feel more complete, which, it's almost like the same thing.
Yes. In relation to Royal Edition and with the drops, one of the perks of playing in Royal Edition, at least for the speedrun, is we have access to this accessory called Key of Prosperity, which increases drop rates. So drops in this run are a lot more lenient. You generally expect to get the reflex enhancers and Magitech boosters quite commonly.
Very well. We'll look for a way. Be careful now.
I think I've had a crazy Chapter 2, like, with 2 Magitech boosters, 4 reflex enhancers or something like that, and then some muscle stuff.
I think of all my runs, I think I've actually left Chapter 2 with like 6 muscle sims once. But I've also had the exact opposite where literally I've left Chapter 2 and I have 0. Like, I've had only the Magitech booster you get when you leave, or the muscle stimulant you get at the end. And it's just, hey, sometimes you got to make it work. It is doable. Generally, it doesn't work out great, but there are a couple of options.
And even with Magitech boosters, if you end up with too many, you can always just use them for infinite MP for just walking movement if you want to. That doesn't really come up a lot, though.
That's honestly like a big time saves at end game, to be honest, though. Having a Magitech booster for Ahriman or Cerberus is extremely useful, or even just overland navigation, which is really, really nice. People have the Google Stadia version. I forgot that existed. There is no ringing in this run.
Doesn't the Google Stadia version give you like free like 10 or something elixirs in Chapter 1? So there was like no point in really allowing that. It's just kind of too different from the rest of the versions.
Yeah. Man, the Google Stadia was a thing. All I got. Looks like Barbie's having some buffering issues.
Nice Arden pass from Maddie's side.
Hey, way to go, Maddie. Keep it clean, keep it lean. DTG parking out, getting ready for Chapter 3. She said she had a Rainbow Chapter 2, which is good. I'm hoping people can start to catch up to Yida and I. It's been long enough. If you are interested in learning the run, we do have some guides. We have a complete video commentated guide I think I did with Althena. That's pretty up to date. The only thing I didn't add, I think, was my absolutely absurd Chapter 7 strat, because if you're just learning the run, you're not going to want to do that. You're not going to have to worry about item stuff. But otherwise, looking good. Chapter 4 here, Barbie is having a heart-to-heart with our main manly squeeze, Gladio, where we're going to have just a bit of an interaction. Not that it really matters, because most of this chapter is actually scripted, but we will get a boost to our strength, which again, kind of really isn't needed, but here we are. And then Barbie's going to do some very interesting things. We were discussing the dialogue choices in this game, and I'll bring it back around to some of the skips that we do. We're through most of them because it's Chapter 3 already. But I do believe every runner actually got the first skip of the game, which was Ignis skip. Going all the way back to after we talked to Dave at the shed. Ignis is actually supposed to stop you and kind of introduce the concept of camping. Like, hey, maybe we should rest and get ready for this fight, where you get to learn about, how the camping system works and like what meals do. Every single runner actually was able to skip that interaction just by a series of warp strikes, jumps, and getting your party members stuck on obstacles. A lot of skips in this game happen, and you know they work because nothing happens, which is really handy. We'll see that. I think there's one more kind of bigger one as we get through it. It's the dreaded Seaside Supermodel skip.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's basically the same concept. It's sort of like you don't want the party members, like character model, to catch up to Noctis, and you do certain things to kind of keep them behind.
Very good. Barbie clears them out. But yeah, this is going to be pretty scripted rest of Chapter 4. For Barbie. His Titan damage might be different, though. Normally, with the any percent route, it should be 6,000 damage to get Titan out of, basically defeat Titan. It is actually level-based, the amount of damage that you're supposed to do. So it might be like 6,500 for Barbie. I wasn't able to quite catch if he got an extra level for the extra encounter in Chapter 3.
I think last I checked, it doesn't actually change what your level is.
It should. Level 1 runs, you only have to do 500 damage.
Oh, you mean the damage on Titan? Yeah.
Yes, damage on Titan. It shouldn't be a big deal. It's just like a little intricacy that the game throws at you to just kind of make sure you're figuring everything out.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you do the final hit, you do what? Like max damage if you do Ragnarok Warp Strike.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that he's using the Magitech Exosuit here does make this whole fight pretty much free. There's no need to kind of dodge his attacks and, stand on guard. You can just pretty much wait.
Yep. Definitely a good safety strat, especially for the marathon. If you don't want to risk it. Like I said, all these runners are good enough. They'll probably finish the run with, worst case scenario, about 3 minutes of active combat left on their exosuit. Yep, another clean Arden pass from Maddie. So that's going to rest on DTG once she gets there next chapter.
Oh yeah, and we get a lot of quick time events in Titan as well. And we intentionally fail a lot lot just to skip.
That's the point I was going to try and make later.
One of the things earlier was actually him running into Titan's hand as it was trying to grab Noctis just to quickly get him to this next platform. Otherwise, you would have to do this long sequence of running away and Yeah, it's really not worth standing around. And it doesn't even kill you, even if you didn't have the Magitech exosuit.
Yeah, it just knocks you down to like 1. So there is a little bit of technique with what Barb has going here. What I try and do is, I think I stole it either from you or Ranmaru, but you try and, basically there's like a little blind spot where Titan can't hit you here. And we intentionally try and get the boys to spawn on the left side. And after a little series of cutscenes, we're going to try and get Gladio to spawn on the right side. For me, it's more preferable because it's a cleaner warp strike. You literally just warp strike out to Gladio, initiate the dialogue, and then warp back, and you can kind of just collect yourself and get ready to deal with the rest of Chapter 4. Let's see if we got anything going on here. Looks like Maddie is about to make his descent into the Titan area as well. DTG driving her way out to the waterfall cave.
Also noting that Maddie and Barbados grabbed some fire elemental nodes just to make sure they have enough for some fire magic later on.
Yep, Chapter 7.
Yeah, I believe some of the fire will also be used in other spells to increase their potencies as well, to maximize the damage we can deal with them.
Yep. The first, what I would call real big, big magic of the run is actually going to be made in Chapter 6.
Yeah.
That's like, I think that's the big bad magic where we'll get to see more than just dual cast. It'll be a quint cast. So 5 rounds of magic casting. It's some pretty high damage output. But yeah, if you haven't, ladies and gentlemen, definitely sorry, my apologies, ladies and gentledoms, definitely feel free to check out the runners. We got some pretty good teams, and these runs should actually balance out pretty nicely. We're going to start to see the teams converge again. Some unfortunate issues earlier, I believe, with Final Fantasy IV causing a bit of a gap, but should be able to close it a little bit here.
And that should be Titan done.
Yep, that should be Titan for Team Mog.
Oh, Noctis is just falling infinitely. What is that?
Yeah, if Barbie likes to do that, if you go to first-person view, right after that last interaction, the game for some reason pops you out into third-person view. Doesn't really save time, it's just kind of weird. Like, the game obviously wasn't programmed to be able to do that, and then when they added the ability to do it, I don't think anyone kind of double-checked that one.
Yeah, there are a lot of small, funny visual glitches you can just get. They don't really lose you any time, but it's just funny to go for them once in a while.
This game got patched a total of, I believe, 22 times. But yeah, there are definitely some glitches in it. I will promise you there is no perfect video game. There never will be a perfect video game as long as people like us exist. To be honest, a lot of this game was learning how to deal with the Luminous engine, and I don't know if any of y'all have kept your eye on it. I'm super excited for Forspoken, which also is going to be using the Luminous engine, but boy, does it look like Square Enix figured that one out, because that game is looking smooth and quick. FF9 is a perfect game, sure, if you like rehashing everything that was previously done in every single Final Fantasy before it.
As a Final Fantasy 13 runner, I find that no perfect game comment to be highly offensive. Thank you.
So you think you can ride this Chocobo?
I do, in fact. But we're not going to do that in this run, unfortunately.
Look, I objectively do not have a favorite Final Fantasy because a lot of my friends run every single Final Fantasy, so I don't like yucking anyone else's yum. I know it's going to be the contentious argument, like, oh, well, this Final Fantasy is really good. Look, everyone has opinions, and you know what they say.
Kingdom Hearts, does that count as a Final Fantasy game?
Get out. Just get out.
I thought you were going to be a person of culture and say Breath of Fire was your favorite Final Fantasy game.
Look, my favorite Final Fantasy game is Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex for PS2.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
we'll go with that.
Nah, look, if this is your first time seeing the relay, I would definitely just take this as it is. The first time I watched the series relay, it was honestly an introduction for me, like as a, cutting my teeth as a Final Fantasy 15 runner, but I got to meet a lot of people that I otherwise wouldn't have, and learn a lot about these games. And, some of them are runs that I was like, you know what, maybe one day I'll get to it. I'd love to learn it. And some of them are like, wow, man, you like that run is something special. Like, I do not have the skill, patience, or ability to deal with that. Yeah, just take it as a cool showcase of what the greater Final Fantasy community has done with these games, and as a community and learning, and just kind of be in awe of it. It's pretty cool.
And my one time getting to be in the marathon was because Maelstrom had no one else to run the game, and it was 5 weeks before the marathon. So I went, I'll go and buy a copy. I'll give it a try. Take my energy.
It's okay. The only reason I got into it was because they needed a third runner for Final Fantasy Series Relay 3. And I went from having a 7.5 hour time in this game, I think, down to like a... Were we still in the 5 hour mark at that point, or was it into the 4s?
I think it took us a long time to get out of the 5 hour mark until we got that big patch of Gladio and the Ring.
Yeah, that was the big one, because Chapter 13 used to be like...
hell.
Yeah, the Noctis route was a solid... I think like a good time for like from crashing the car to finishing like Noctis's segment was about like 28 minutes. It was gnarly.
I guess the chapter 13 now is better because we can jump, I think. We used to have we used to dodge roll. Because since jump was gimped throughout the entire chapter.
I think it's just sprinting as far as I know.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Was that before or after the patch where you had to, where you finally didn't have to stare out the window of the train for 7 or 8 minutes?
Oh yeah, that was the same one. We got skippable cutscenes for chapter 10 and 11, which also saved about 4 minutes apiece. You used to have to it was super cool, but thankfully we didn't really miss anything by skipping the items. But you used to have to sit along for the train rides. It was a great break, and if your money for some reason was short, you could, pick up items in the train. And be careful saying Aiko is the best Final Fantasy character. If Mutski's in chat, he will ban you.
Just carry on.
But yeah, we used to not be able to skip some of the later cutscenes in the game, so it was really nice. Like, that was a good way to cut down on fluff in the game.
So, Barbados is officially in the big movement of the run. So he went to the shop earlier and bought a pretty important movement weapon called Air Step Sword. So every time you warp while you're in the air, it actually costs only half the amount of MP to do a warp. So instead of 30 MP, you go down to 15 MP. But this is also where all the elixirs we bought throughout chapters 1 to 4, or chapters 1 to 3 rather, are all going to be used, both for combat and for movement. But you'll see in a bit, since he grabbed another important ascension node, which is Omega Free Chain, was it? Which
free warp or free chain?
I think it's Free Chain. But yeah, that gives you infinite MP, sort of like what a Magitech booster would give you. But instead of the 15 seconds that a booster would give you, it would be a whole minute. And he also has the daggers equipped too, which is actually the fastest animation the fastest animation and the furthest distance you can get from warping with any weapon. So he's going to be making use of that very soon.
Spent a lot of time testing that.
It saves like a good 20 seconds or something. It's really insane.
It's a massive distance.
Not to mention the money we save from not having to buy elixirs and stuff.
Yep. Looks pretty clean here. Looks like, so with chapter 5, you're actually kind of hoping to get more encounters because it gives you, free MP refill. Barbie looks like he got everything where he needed it to. It's just looks like the frog bullied him at one point, so a little bit of unfortunate bad luck there. But pretty clean up to the first runestone. The story point here is basically Arden stole our car, so we don't have it, and because we didn't do the quest in Chapter 3, and we're not going to do it now, no Chocobos in the run because it takes too long. Even if we did AMG it, no, it's still sucks.
I just want to briefly give Maddie a bit of credit for going with the "if I can't see you, you're not really there" strat with Titan, just staring at the wall for a moment and not getting hit.
Beautiful.
Looks like the Armiger is about to be used. There we go.
Yep, looks good. And now it's just mash away.
There actually are two different animations you can get with Armiger. Unfortunately, he got the slower one. But there's a solo Noctis one and there's a group Armiger chain, which is when all 4 characters just do attacks for you. But yeah, here he has infinite MP now, so he can just warp with the daggers as much as he wants. Looks like Maddie just finished Chapter 4 as well.
Looking pretty clean.
Should be around here-ish when Barbados loses the infinite MP and he'll go back to warping with Aircept Sword again.
Yep. A lot of us have different routes that we swear faster. At this point, it's kind of just runner preference. As long as you can get as close to this area as possible. For me, I take a more direct route. I know Barbie likes going this way because it's a bit easier, and I think he's able to pick up an extra point warp along the way. But it's roughly the same time. It's just at this point kind of what you're more comfortable with, because this chapter is very fatiguing. Normally there's really nothing to talk about when you're running it, and everyone's like, ah, cool, Chapter 5 movement, I'm gonna go like do some laundry or something.
Yeah, so you might have seen Barbados use the camera every time Noctis would get this headache animation, and that's just to basically skip it. But otherwise, yeah, that each camera would save probably about 2 seconds or so. And since we rested at the camp at the start of Chapter 5, we can just immediately warp back to Rest Point, and that'll just take us straight to the next dungeon.
Yeah, shoutouts to Camper for being a place we can rest in this game.
Also, shoutouts to Camper for the casual FF10 record earlier last night.
It happens.
Well, as far as the status of the entire relay, I mean, everybody's had great runs. Some folks have had a little bit more bad luck than others. But I want to say Camper and Delm had really good runs on Team Mog's side, and Nikki may have also set a record on Team Choco's side. So everybody here is really just turning out a great run as far as 15 goes, and it's been a lot of fun to watch.
I'm gonna call it early on this one. Unless DTG has some sort of breakdown or a particularly bad issue, she should probably be able to pull a PB out of this. Just rough analysis. She's looking like probably high 420s pace right now, so that's pretty good. Still early in the run though. A lot of things can happen.
No commentator's curse here.
Nah, it doesn't exist with me because I am the sponge for bad luck. I absorb all of it. Mr. I lost world record to interacting with an NPC I haven't done in 3 years worth of runs.
Was that the Seaside Supermodels?
Nah, the one before the 41132, I accidentally talked to the lady outside the train station in Cartanica. I'd never interacted with her for 2 years straight. I ended up like 3 seconds behind Ranmaru, and it was literally the exact amount of time it took for me to escape the dialogue.
So Barbados just entered the next dungeon. He also crafted a dual-cast Blizzara, just using one Blizzard magic, or Blizzard element thing, and then using the 99 sheep milk he bought from Chapter 3. So this is going to be just another one of those dual casts that we can use to one-shot random mobs that are appearing, like here.
Yeah, it's incredible how powerful magic is. Like, for me, like, I know there were a lot of people when this first came out and, like, complained about, like, oh, I don't understand how the magic system works, or, like, why can I only cast it every 30 seconds? Like, this should be a good display as to why the magic system is set up why it is, because it literally trucks everything.
And if you've never seen snow, all you have to do is go on Amazon, order a pallet of milk, and then walk to your gas station for a bag of ice and combine the two, and you can cause a snowstorm. I mean, that's what I'm learning from this game. I don't know about you guys.
It's incredibly powerful.
So coming up here, there's a pretty difficult tech called Imp Skip. We'll see if Barbados gets it. So he throws the Blizzard, and he wants to get that one short frame. Oh no, he missed an Imp. That's really bad.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate luck there. We've all been there before. Unfortunately, Barbie's going to have to clear this fight. It's going to be about a 30 to 40 second endeavor here. It looks like one of the imps was actually up in the air when his cast went off, which is unfortunate. We'll see if Maddie can get it, or DTG can get it later. DTG looks like she is setting up for Arden Pass Part 1. Should be pretty free. It looks like Maddie is making his way across to the first rune stone. Pretty clean. Barbie just having some pretty bad luck here. Just missing a few things by pixels, and unfortunately, sometimes that's what happens. But I have faith. He's a very seasoned veteran of the run. Shouldn't be too much of a hassle.
Yeah, so what's supposed to happen with the Imp Skip is there is a short frame after you cast a Blizzara where you can actually choose the proceed prompt again and start shimmying through this gap. So it's a pretty difficult skip. And unfortunately, with how small the range of Blizzara is, it's quite easy to miss a random imp or two and have the encounter to continue going, so you can't get that prompt anymore.
I've had it that literally the imps spawn and just run the complete opposite direction and missed like 3 of them before with a magic cast. Sometimes the game just does the thing that it does. The other thing is, while it seems like you would just kind of like, oh, the proceed prompt is there, you actually have to move Noctis away from the opening and then back to it to allow the proceed prompt to actually show up and you to be able to properly interact with it. It's a little bit frustrating. Barbie looking really clean here on Big Room, though. This is another super technical area of the run. The way we go about doing this area actually prevents 2 spawns from equipping, and I know Barbie does an extra magic here, and I believe is going to try and get his Armiger up early. We need Armiger again in this chapter so we can save time because we're about to warp all the way across. Interesting use of this extra.
I think 2 of the imps jumped and dodged a Blizzara.
Yeah. I tend to not rely on magic in this area because it's very sketchy.
Meanwhile, I think we're about to get a DTG Sabine Schmidt's impression here.
Yep, Sabine Schmidt, very nice, very clean. Textbook.
Very well done.
Yep, there we go. See, I said I had faith in these runners. And Maddie got some pretty good distance, it looks like, on his free chain here. I'm just catching it up. Y'all see it and just, yep, pretty good. Pretty average. It looks like he's going to go aggressive here and continue to eat some elixirs early. Not a bad call. Oh, he's got 13. Yeah, he got big money. Not a bad call.
So, we have this really ugly looking snake called Naga. The first thing Barbados is going to do is, I believe, cast magic?
Might skip it depending, because I know he is down 1 cast.
And then he's going to want to build up the Omega Bar as well, and the fastest way is just to use dagger attacks, as well as the fact that Naga is weak to dagger attacks, so it is pretty much the best damage we can get on it as of now.
Counter? Let's see if we get self-destruct strat here.
Yeah, so at a certain percentage of Naga's health, it will do an attack where it self-destructs once it shakes its tail. I don't
No,
think so.
Normally if Naga dives, she won't do it for some reason, but either way.
Oh, there's a tail shake.
Up, there it is. Yeah, that saves time because you can actually get to the runestone that we're looking for, and not have to lose time waiting for the dialogue to run down, which is nice.
Yeah,
so top left audio.
There are pretty much like 2 ways that you can get the optimal Naga. One is just get it to that percentage as fast as possible and like cause it to self-destruct ASAP just so that you can quickly go to the end of the cave and proceed. Another way is to just do a really, really long warp strike with Ragnarok, get it vulnerable and just kill it quickly. But that's just more RNG since the whole vulnerable kind of mechanic is pretty random, even if you get a really good warp strike in.
Hello, this is Omega. I would like to talk to you about our Lord and Savior, Break. Pain. Just pain. Looks like Maddie is going to set up here, getting into the big cave that Barbie is literally just leaving. So let's see. Maddie can show us how the imp skip do work.
Actually, I don't really think we care that much about break mechanics in this game, but it actually has some pretty good properties. If you break certain like parts of a boss's body, it actually reduces their defense stats and stuff like that. But we don't really take that into account as much.
We don't care. We're busy going fast. This isn't a fashion competition. Although sometimes it does give you cool drops, if you're lucky.
There's a chance they intend to transfer.
Ah yes, my favorite part of the run, DTG has a chat with an angry man. I start in the Titan events here, and Maddie making his way downtown. Not really walking fast, kind of jumping. Not many faces to pass either, just obliterating things with magic as we go along. For the younger viewers in chat, that's a Vanessa Carlton reference.
Yeah, these rocks that Barbados is trying to warp over, they are pretty difficult to get over sometimes. You just end up being stuck if you don't jump high enough.
Yep, or time your warp strike correct. Looks like he's got a clean path going, though. Looking pretty darn good. So yeah, we don't have chocobos in Chapter 5, so we have to do this all manually, so it's really neat. Maddie's setting up for imp skip, and I think that is looking pretty good. Good setup, good swirl.
Nice.
Got it. Very nice. Good job, Maddie.
And there is something really stupid that can happen. The imps have an attack where they can debuff your attack damage stat. So if you randomly get that, well, good luck with the next mob because your warp strikes aren't going to do as much damage for at least like 5 seconds of the fight.
What's worse is poison, because it actually, when poison ticks, Noctis physically kind of jolts and you lose your movement. You literally come to a complete stop and like writhe in agony. And that happens at least 3 times, so you lose like 5 seconds to it. It's completely random. It's so frustrating.
Even in combat, it just like pauses what you're trying to do.
Maddie looking for a good setup here for Big Room. DTG is shimmying. That looks really good. See how Maddie's hobgoblins shape up. It's always the toughest part of the fight, and sometimes for me it's worth going back. But not, for some reason, I don't know, it's just specifically with Ragnarok, it is not the most accurate thing. A lot of people are like, oh, you have a sword that does like max damage on warp strikes, how difficult can it be? Warp striking with Ragnarok is wildly inaccurate, especially if you're dealing with any sort of elevation. Maddie's looking like he's gonna probably do daggers on Naga to get that Armiger up, because that needs to be a thing that gets done.
Barbados is looking for a spawn around here.
There we go.
Hopefully gets it.
Got it. Perfect.
Yep, and here's another Armiger chain for the infinite MP again.
Yep. This is not... let's see where... Yeah, it's not the worst place you can get it. It's not the most efficient, but unfortunately you kind of have to play the cards you are dealt with this game sometimes.
Yeah, the whole idea about getting the optimal spawn point is you want the infinite MP to last just long enough so that you can get full usage out of it without hitting the cutscene too early with it, since the timer of it does continue running even during the cutscenes, and you're just basically losing all this free MP you would be getting. Looks like he'll be reaching the trigger anyways. So yeah, it looks like he got kind of a late spawn, but it's not the worst. Should have a little bit of MP left. Yep. Oh, it just ran out as soon as...
It's honestly not that big of a deal, because you shouldn't have to use an elixir then. To be honest, should be just a straight shot right to camp. As Yida mentioned earlier, when we were in Lestalem, we bought some Ketier Ginger, and we're going to combine that with the Choco Beans and the Sweet Pepper, and we're going to make the Plump and Pungent Tofu. It is a very interesting meal that gives us a lot of stats boosts, like significant status boosts. However, it reduces our maximum HP by about 90%, but in exchange boosts our stats like almost double, I think. This sounds like it is a very risky strategy. However, we have the Magitech exosuit, so we don't take damage. So it's basically just free, Super Saiyan mode.
Like it was a pretty clean Naga cave. I forget what it's called every time.
Foshaw Hollow.
Foshaw Hollow?
Foshaw Hollow.
Yeah, I have no idea how to spell that, but I know it's not right.
Foshaw Hollow.
In and out before it gets light then. Indeed.
F-O-C-A-I-U-G-H. Foshaw.
Before we overstay our welcome.
Pokey off hollow. So Barbados is now in the second infiltration of the run, and here we do some interesting skips. So here, the game wants you to just ambush these guys and warp strike, or warp kill them, which is just an instant kill on these NPCs, but we can actually just walk to the left and just immediately skip. Intentionally getting the spawn there just to trigger the encounter, since you can only warp during encounters. So that's extra movement there.
Yep. And now we'll go and do the warp kill, and if everything lines up right, we're actually going to skip an entire room of this and encounter. There used to be a way that we would clear this area, and then you would kind of hug the inside wall, and it would skip a loading trigger. But we figured out that you can actually just warp strike over the wall, and the game doesn't even bother loading it. So it's pretty much free real estate, free movement, which is really neat to see.
Yeah.
Like Maddie starting to make his way across the massive expanses. Barbie with some good warps here, not bad. So this chapter is also very important. Barbie's going to grab the Magitech booster early. I wasn't able to track his drops. Like I mentioned, we need pretty specific drops to make some important magic. Maddie looking like he's having a little bit of trouble with that one. That rock is particularly slippery. I promise you, I've overshot that thing hundreds of times. DTG just hanging out, killing some time with our old pal Titan. Just a very clean, nothing to write home about run, but sometimes those are the best ones of the marathon. Those are the ones that you PB with. Barbie gonna do pretty much the same fight we had in Chapter 2 against Loki there. Cripple the giant mech and then poke its shield. See, this looks like a good magic cast. Ooh, 1 or 2 left. That's all right. You can get those on cleanup duty. The goal is to generally try and have those enemies wiped before that cutscene. But Barbie's just going to have to do a little bit of a cleanup here. Shouldn't be a big deal. Also gives him a chance to get a couple of extra drops. Wow.
Also, you are very strong because of the food we just ate. So the food, to explain what it does, it basically makes your HP 10% of what it would be, but in return you get 500 strength and magic, which is insane, especially for this like part of the game. You're just gonna do max damage with pretty much everything. Even if like you're just doing normal attacks with swords, you're just gonna do quad 9 damage. It looks like Maddie still hasn't gotten a spawn yet, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, you just gotta keep trucking. Just at this point, it may not even be worth it. Yeah, unfortunate. That hasn't happened to me in a while, but it is a thing that can happen. At this point, I just saved the Armiger for something I could use later, potentially. One good idea that it can be used for is backup on Aranea. If things happen to go particularly wrong, it's good to have that. DTG wrapping up Titan. Again, nothing significant to point out, just nice clean running. Barbie making his way out.
Yeah. This entire sequence here is like just one giant auto-scroller, so he is gonna try and grab some extra items along the way before he makes his way to the car. One of the more important ones is, I think, the muscle stimulant in the shed behind you.
Yep. So for me, you can only get 2 of the items from this area unless you do what Barbie did, which was grab one of them early. During this like dialogue cooldown, you have to be back at the car when the dialogue ends, otherwise you're losing time. But you do have available to pick up a muscle stim, a Magitech booster, or a reflex enhancer. You can get 2 of those 3 without losing time.
Oh, don't forget to split for Team Tonberry.
Yep, Tonberry should be clear of Titan.
Apologies, I was just a few seconds late on that split.
See that you buy no more than we need. Sheesh. You my mother or something? Mum's the word.
No Adam and Steve.
No,
there are
Adam and Steve, unfortunately.
2 armadillos that that can be like easy Armiger chain targets for movement. If there are only one of the armadillos, you don't want to kill like that one just because if you like have only one armadillo and killing it ends the fight, you do get this recipe dialogue from Ignis.
Yeah, it's like a 90% chance that the Bulette shank drops. Like, if you want to risk it, you can risk it. It's a possibility that it doesn't drop it, but it's pretty much almost guaranteed. Between the items that we pick up, have in our inventory, and purchase, it gives Ignis the ability to make a new recipe, and by golly, he's going to tell you about it, whether you like it or not. All right, Maddie starting infiltration.
I'm very much enjoying the runners.
Jared's the one.
Just to say, I'm very much enjoying the runners and chat ratio.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is one of those games that you can spend most of your time in chat. Like for me, it's always been a very super interactive speed run. Just it's got a great balance of okay, I really need to focus, and okay, I have some downtime. Barbie's heading into what I call my sandwich and bathroom break. Normally, there's enough time for me to get up, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, turn on the tea kettle, and make it back before I have to do anything. Story-wise, he is basically heading out. They got their car back, so they're gonna make their way to Cape Cayam because apparently, our dad left us his boat, and we're gonna go to Altisha so we can finally hang out with the boys and do some fishing. Oh wait, we're supposed to get married. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. Gamers don't shower high spirits, you know that. Doing some fishing with the boys.
And that's not necessarily true. I mean, FF10 runners shower in the middle of their runs, don't they?
Maybe. We'll have to check in with Seraph later.
Check it out. See that? That's the Rock of Ravito. I'm like 90% sure.
Not 100.
You almost know your stuff.
All thanks to Jared.
This is like the only, or I guess one of the two only spots where this song even plays.
Yeah, it looks like Maddie had a little bit of trouble with the big room and the infiltration here.
Thank you for driving, Ignis.
Pleasure.
Are you the only one that
Not sure what went wrong there. There we go. Just doing it a different direction. Not bad. Sometimes it's not worth. If you don't get the enemies to spawn correctly, it can be a little difficult. So if you cast your magic and that cutscene shows up, the magic doesn't do any damage. So you can literally waste an entire cast if you're not super confident with it or super know the timing. Sometimes it's better just to wait for the cutscene to roll out and just clean up afterwards. It's better to take a couple of seconds time loss just to make sure that you can get through everything, as opposed to trying to rush through it headlong and then you have to clear the entire room manually. And Barbie's gonna get a little heads up here. An Imperial starship. Oh wait, no, that's Star Wars. But yeah, we're gonna see that giant Imperial warship head to another base where we're gonna have another infiltration. This time, stealth is actually required. Stealth is not an option. We can't go in with the rocket launchers and grenades. We actually have to pick our way through that one. Maddie making it through, getting Rama now. Very nice. Always a really cool cutscene that we skip. But Rama's a cool dude. All right, chat. How do you pronounce Rama?
Rush in. I suggest we review our intelligence and devise a plan.
It's not ramen. Thor. You, Dine, you can take Odin with you. I know what game you're playing. It's very interesting. One of the things, as Erica points out, is it's weird. As we get to the newer games and series, a lot of us are finding out how to pronounce things that we've thought we've had in our head for a while. This game has an interesting cast with lots of weird accents that don't really quite line up, but, you know, it kind of works. All right, DTG got her first Armiger warp chain off. She has just kept her head down and trucked through this, looking pretty good line here. She's aiming for the stairs. Maddie making it back to Lestalem, about to kick into Chapter 6. Barbie about to start the stealth mission. Chapter 6 is like the big break of the run, I call it, because we get that 2-3 minute driving scene, and if you do everything right here, you actually net yourself like another 2-minute break if you get everything done ahead of time.
The insolence of that up-jumped mercenary.
Yeah, otherwise, a little unfortunate bad luck for Barbie and for Maddie. So far, DTG just getting the heart of the cards here.
Yeah, the game tells you to like stay close to Caligo and keep watch, but you can actually just skip this entire thing and go straight to the end. Well, not skipping like this whole sequence, but just go straight to where you need to do the next interaction and just wait. And there should be a pretty big menu coming up here too.
A couple of ascension items, the big elemency. So Barbie's going to do the top of the shed strat. The main goal here that I normally get is magic level 1, which increases our magic stat by the amount of levels we have, which I think at this point is roughly around 20, which is pretty darn nice. And then if you have the extra for it, I normally get warp factor 2. Barbie using some different strats here. That's okay. We all end up eventually getting the same stuff. It's just a question of when we do it. And then you're going to make a max lightning and 33 fire with, let's see, it looks like a little short here. Gonna have to go with the Thundara. So it looks like Barbie unfortunately got some bad drops. The backup for me here is if you have a spare muscle stim, just pop that before the Aranea fight and throw in 2 warp strikes and you should be okay.
Oh, and there are 2 amulets that we bought along with the Estep sword, so for most of the run we go with a strength build, but this time we're just dumping all our accessories and outfits and weapon stats into magic. So even the mage daggers that he has equipped gives, I believe, like 20-something magic stat, which is
so 20
not a whole lot. Yeah, but it's something to add on.
You need everything, especially Barbie's magic is going to be a little weak. He actually, instead of going with the Royal Raiment, or not the Royal Raiment, the Royal Raiment No Jacket, which boosts your magic stat, he's back with the casual No Jacket outfit, which is going to give him a higher chance of crit. So my thinking here, without being able to communicate, is probably going to muscle stim at the start of the fight, and then use the magic, and then just try and warp strike as much as he can. theoretically, number-wise, it should be able to take care and do enough damage to clear Aranea, but we'll see. Sometimes she has her own plans. DTG getting her... that's interesting. I think DTG actually got attacked mid-magic cast here, and I don't think that magic was able to go off. Very interesting. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, really messy to clean up, especially in this area. That's really sad to see.
It was like the magic got tossed and just sunk right through the ground.
Oof, that'll happen occasionally. Sometimes you're just too quick for the game. And no, I'm not being sardonic or sarcastic. Sometimes you are just too fast for this game. It happens.
One last chance to respond.
A real unfortunate time loss there. But, yeah, what are you going to do? Keep your head down, keep trucking.
Definitely makes managing the Omega bar a lot easier now, though. You don't really have to build much anymore.
Yep. Maddie making his way over to Fort Valeroy. DTG getting set up for Imp Skip here. See how this goes. Barbie in a couple of seconds is going to make contact with Caligo, and we'll see how that goes. Quick little generator mech fight to follow. DTG setting up for Imp Skip. Looks good. Great execution. Nice and clean. Barbie's going to enter in here on Caligo. Should be pretty clean here. You're going to see a series of warp strikes into another fenced off area. He's going to destroy a mech and then a generator, and then we will have the fight with the best girl of Final Fantasy 15, Aranea Highwind.
Best girl.
Everybody loves a Dragoon, right?
Best
in all Final Fantasy games.
Girl. Who doesn't love Goth Mommy?
Also for the mech, once again, it's basically just using the same strat as we have been for all the mechs. Just destroy the rocket launcher and then attack the shield.
Yep. Doing an interesting strat here. I like it.
Yeah, you can attack the generator first, actually. The only thing is you can't destroy the generator until the mech itself is dead.
Yep. It's a good way to split the difference here, though.
Preparing the muscle stim right before Aranea.
Alright. Very clean big room so far for DTG as well. Nothing really to write home about, and those are the best runs, trust me. Nice and clean. Maddie's got a loading screen. And let's see what Barbie's doing here. Yep, good. Good muscle stim backup. He's going to go short on the Thundara here, but it should be okay. And then Warp Strike like crazy. Should be able to get it in. Unfortunately, not enough damage on the magic. Now he's going to have to clean up on Aranea. It's pretty unfortunate. She can either be pretty forgiving, where you just kind of Warp Strike her a couple of times, and she's cool, or sometimes she'll combat you back. This one, I'm not sure how I'd handle it. I'd honestly wait for her to land and then go at it just like that. Perfect execution on a not-so-great situation. So pretty good clear for Barbie there, even under unfortunate circumstances.
Quitting time. Sorry, but this girl doesn't work after hours. I could, but there wouldn't be a single gill in it for me.
And there's our split for Team Mog.
Yep.
Pretty boy.
We shall see how DTG handles Naga. It is one of the more like RNG heavy fights in the whole run too.
Yep. Unfortunately, sometimes with 15, it giveth, it taketh away. Barbie's just doing a good job with, to be honest, a pretty garbage hand. A lot of bad luck, a lot of bad drop luck. But Barbie's been doing this for a while. I have faith. We'll see just a solid run. And, sometimes with showcases like this, as we've seen, not every runner's going to get the best luck, and not every run is going to be a PB or a world record. So a lot of the hard work that goes into these runs is salvaging runs that just aren't great or you'd otherwise reset for. But it lets you see a lot of the interesting backup strats and kind of the depth of knowledge of these communities and figuring out a lot of unfortunate things. DTG on Naga. Let's see if we get self-destruct. Good self-destruct. Hopefully not an over damage. Oh, went for the full kill. Not bad. I mentioned it earlier, but there was a instance of using the camera to skip that cooldown animation. Doesn't save a lot of time. It saves like maybe a second or two, but when you use it 20, 30 times during a run, there's a minute for you.
It's definitely a good piecemeal way that adds up into a fairly significant time save.
Reporting that he got 4 reflex enhancers to make magic. So as long as Maddie doesn't have, you know what? Commentators curse Maddie. As long as Maddie doesn't get something called a squib cast, should have a relatively free Aranea. I think now is a good time to explain that if you notice when you make magic, there's a little thing that tells you the effect of the magic, and then chain, and then 99. Well, 99 is the percentage chance that the effect of the spell will go off increasingly down the line. So the magic they make is a quint cast. So it would be 5 casts, and every cast has a 99% chance to trigger the next cast, and so on down the line. Well, it's not 100%, but hopefully for the sake of everyone at home, that's let's not put a curse out here, but it should be pretty okay. Let's see what happens when you have an Aranea that you have the correct magic for.
Team Choco has a lot of very emphatic fans that are going to work hard to push away the possibility of a 1 in 100 bad event going on, so we should be fine.
Trust me, I am the bad luck sponge. I'll suck it up. I'll do it later today. Team Chaos is me.
No, actually, that's the next run coming up, I think, right? After this is done?
Yeah. Is it? Stranger of Paradise?
Chaos!
I've been playing that religiously lately.
Yeah, we have a friend, Oni, that we've been pushing to finally finish that game for a number of weeks, and I think he finally just did it this week, so...
Looks like Maddie finally gets to go into the action now. So it's interesting that he decided to go with a different route than Barbados. He's going for more magic stat, whereas Barbados went for, I guess, a little bit more crit-based stat. But this should make one-shotting Aranea with just a Thundara easier. But he will sacrifice some damage on the generator and the mech.
Yep.
Barbie's windshield looking a little bit dinged up. I didn't see when that happened.
That was when he boinked in Chapter 4.
Oh, yeah, right, Arden. Sorry.
Yeah, the car is literally made of glass. If you bump into it or lean on it too hard, it explodes. Maddie, are you going to have enough time to get it? Maddie just getting in that generator kill. If you don't clear the generator before like a certain amount of time passes, you have to go and interact with it. And then it has this very slow destruction animation that ends up losing you some time. So very good work. Let's see if DTG, looks like she did not get Adam or Steve. Sometimes you get none. However, this is looking good for potentially getting the early, yep.
I think that was Adam.
Yeah, I can't even see what that was. I think that was just late Adam and Steve. Or late Adam.
And usually it's never worth it to go backwards just to get the Omega chain. You might as well just move on forward.
Yeah. Looks like
Blink and
she's
you
going to
miss
take
it.
the top path here, too. So she's going to avoid a little dialogue and hopefully get the Vorteeth encounter right across this pipe. We'll see.
Meanwhile, blink and you miss it, and RNA is already gone from Maddie's side.
Yep. Very, very quick when you get the correct magic. There is the Vorteeth encounter.
Sure is.
Just speak it into existence. Maddie defying the 1 in 100 odds. I'm sorry, the 99 in 100 odds. Yeah, Choco's going to pick up a little ground there with a clean Aranea. DTG getting stuck on a rock happens to the best of us. Barbie, meanwhile, has finally made it to Cape Kayam. It's time to go fishing in Dad's boat. Aw, yeah.
One thing you can do, and it was a slightly older route, you can go to a shop that's just near the parking spot and you can buy some power EXs. And that's just if you have like no muscle stimulants.
I just buy them as a force of habit, and because if you try and muscle stem through Leviathan, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but I think nowadays that's only more of a level 1 thing.
Yeah. But yeah, no, normally for Chapter 7, I have all of my gil set up so that literally I only have enough money to buy exactly 7 power EXs, which is exactly how many you need no matter what. And I don't have to spend any extra time kind of faffing about.
So what you're seeing on Barbados' screen right now is it might look like he's just randomly jumping around, but he's trying to manipulate Cindy to make her jog. Just because by the time the dialogue ends here, you want her to be at an optimal position where going from Cindy to Talcott won't take as long as if she was super far back.
Yep. Looks like a pretty straight line here, so pretty good there.
Yeah, the stairs are generally like the spot you want her to be in.
Gonna talk to Talcott, who is pretty not shaken up for having lost his grandfather, but all right, you do you, boo. And Gladio has informed us that the flow on his mullet is just so sick that he needs to leave and immediately join a hockey team. So he's gonna bow out for the next chapter.
Got some business of my own to deal with.
But Barbie heading into Chapter 7, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what anyone else does because I have my own strat for this.
Gonna be long? Not long.
You think Gladio is more of a winger or a defenseman?
That he has the body of Derek Boogaard. Sorry, the late Derek Boogaard. That man is a punisher. Look, I saw Mutsky in here. I had to make a hockey reference that he'd understand.
I mean, he's about 8 feet taller than the rest of the party, so I was going to make a Victor Hedman response, but that fits for me.
Yeah, Probert, there's a good one. He's going into semi-pro wrestling. Shoutouts to Kid Bandit. But yeah, Chapter 7 is very interesting. We are going to be down a party member. Gladio is actually going to do his DLC, by the way. But we are going to take a drive, and we are now on the hunt for Mithril. That's apparently at the bottom of this dungeon. But we're going to probably meet some very interesting people on our way to Staylith Grove. Actually, some really, really important to the run tech here. So Barbie's going to be driving along his merry way here. And we're actually going to stop the car. One, there is a massive treasure item that we need to grab, which is the platinum ingot. It's just chilling out here in the wild. 10,000 gil sitting on the side of the road. But it just so happens to perfectly meet up with a spot where we are going to get into a mech encounter. There is a enemy blockade that they basically set up. However, due to the way the game works, by the time we go and pick up the platinum ingot, we can warp strike a couple more times away from the encounter and warp back to the car, and it just completely despawns the encounter, which is huge because unlike all the mechs we've previously fought, these don't have a weak point. Like, we can't just dispatch them in 15, 20 seconds. Barbie parking the car expertly, even parks it before the encounter ring shows up. Good job.
Yep, and simply running away from them just to despawn them.
DTG making her way through the mech fight here in the infiltration, looking mighty clean. Let's see if she can get off the advanced strat here. 1, 2. If she can get all 3 swordsmen down. All right. Yep, this looks good. She's going to go for it ahead of the cutscene. Great clearance. That is a great big room. So all she has to clean up now is just these 2 snipers, and she's on her way. Very, very nice clear. It's good. Like I mentioned earlier, Ragnarok warp strikes, especially when you're dealing with elevation, are not very accurate.
I think not.
All right.
Also, interesting that DTG decided to use a Thundaga there, as opposed to a Blizzard that the other 2 used.
Yep.
Has a much bigger range.
Yeah, that's why I go with it. I do not trust enemy positioning. And if you do it right and you get Quet Skip in Chapter 7, you should have that extra Thundaga anyway. So for me, I think it's the better play because it is actually more aggressive and has higher chances of success. She's going to go in here, just destroy this generator and get ready. Barbie's going to do some menuing here, getting set up and basically selling off everything. For me, this is the final prep. We're going to buy sheep's milk, use it to make that fire that he just made, and then we're going to make another magic here. Barbie carrying a good swath of Phoenix Downs here. He's going to leave himself what appears to be about 2,800 gil. So not terrible. Barbie playing it nice and marathon safe, bringing some extra Phoenix Downs, just in case anything untoward happens. He's going to start making his way all the way over to Staylift Grove, taking a very interesting pathing here. I do like it. It is quite a straight line. And definitely going to use a accidental muscle stim there. That happens. Maddie is doing his best to push Cindy up the stairs, not down the stairs. Getting really good positioning here. Real straight line right over to Talcott. There we go. Barbie's just going to warp across. Might get an encounter here, which would be really handy. Not looking like it. He's just going to keep feeding on those elixirs, which is not a bad strat. And oh look, it's Arden. Fancy seeing you here. Stinky, stinky, stinky. Not sure if Barbie buys the ice sword here. One of the potential strats.
I think with 2,800 gil, I don't think so.
Yeah, I use it because it saves time here and in Chapter 13. I think he's just going to skip it. That's okay.
Oh, he did. So, I'm not sure how much you can get with your remaining gil. I think power EXs?
They're 500 apiece.
There's nothing in it for this ex-mercenary to turn you in.
So that would be
Let's get this show on the road.
2,800, 5.
Well, I'm being paid to
If Matt's MP cost was 30, he just wasn't using the air step sword.
Search until sundown won't do you any good.
See Maddie going into Chapter 7 here as well.
Okay, so Barbados is now heading into probably one of the more difficult parts of the run.
Making some fresh magic, going to Royal Raiment. Interesting.
Yeah, for movement. So you'll see why later on why we buy the ice brand here. But the funny thing is it's really only for this one dungeon, and I believe it's only for just one fight as well. Maybe two.
Yeah, for one I use it for one fight and then also for chapter 13 because of the Wraith.
Oh yeah.
Barbie's gonna avoid some encounters here. I'm, like I previously mentioned, I am not super familiar with how everyone else does chapter 7. I have my own version that's takes me less than 12 and a half minutes, so I'm kind of smitten with it, but it does require a bit of advanced setup.
So this is going to be the first force encounter, and he's going to want to throw the Blizzard at a certain spot to hopefully hit everything here.
Yeah, I think the last Blizzard that he cast was an accident, but this should be okay. Pretty recoverable.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Should be one of them. Creme brulees are the rough ones.
Yeah, they can decide to go underground. Barbie just getting a lot of bad luck here on one mistake, so.
And there's not a whole lot you can really do to creme brulees too. They're resistant to pretty much any physical damage, but Ragnarok is strong enough where we can at least do some warp strikes. Otherwise, I guess Royal Arms do good damage on them too. Crafting the Blizzaga here, which is gonna be one of the more important magics that will actually be used even till the very end of the run, like all the way till chapter 13. And you'll see why it's more important to have a tier 3 spell than a tier 2.
Area of effect. Thankfully, this encounter here, Barbie should be able to skip. A couple of warp strikes, see y'all later. And then we have what I think is one of the more complex areas of Chapter 7. He's going to have another fight coming up here. And then we're going to work on something called the bridge skip, where we literally skip a bridge. Let's see if he gets a clean cast this time. That looks like a great setup. Very nice. Yeah, one of the reasons I run Exosuit here is because you can skip that getting damaged animation. So Barbie's going to swap over to Thundara, and we'll be using that for a cast. We're going to get thrown down after this, but let's see if we can get the bridge skip. It's a pretty precise setup. Ooh, Barbie using a different setup there. That one's way more precise than the setup I'm used to, so very clean bridge skip. Saves about 30 seconds by not having to claw your way back out of it. He's going to get a forced encounter here with 3 creme brulees that are annoying and an iron giant. We'll see how he handles this. There is actually a way you can skip the bridge rebuilding animation cutscene. Barbie using the correct pathing here. You have to kill the enemies in that order. Looks really clean. Let's see if he goes with the magic cast on the iron giant. I believe he should. Didn't quite get the cutscene skip, but it doesn't actually save time. It's just kind of like swag points, I guess, as the kids call it.
Yeah, it saves a little bit of time since the bridge isn't, like, it's building up as you're walking up to it rather than just waiting for it to build up in a cutscene.
Cool. Looks like Maddie's about to meet Arden here. Should be good. DTG working her way over to the Chapter 6 Infiltration. I haven't really had a chance to check what her magic loadout looks like, but hopefully it's decent.
Maddie buying the ice brand as well.
Ice brand's worth it, I'm telling y'all. I was against it for the longest time, and then I finally saw the truth.
So the reason why Ice Brand is strong, and you're gonna see why in the next fight here with Barbados. So, Ice Brand deals ice damage, obviously, but what makes it so powerful is that if you debuff the ice, like element, or however you call it, on the enemy, so especially with Blizzara here, it's gonna cause them to have this Blizzard debuff. And if you combine dealing ice damage and the enemy having the debuff of that element, it's gonna do pretty much double the normal damage you'd be doing.
Yeah, Barbie has a pretty rough time here with these creme brulee, but making the best of it. It's just tricky. Everyone has their own way of doing Chapter 7, whatever feels or works best for them. On the plus side, Barbie looks like he's going to get out of here with a full Armiger bar, which isn't necessarily a bad thing to have in your back pocket. But let's see how this one shakes out. The most important part of this chapter, however, is Quet Skip. We can skip the final boss of this dungeon if we get out of this next fight and stick very closely to the left wall. For some reason, and I believe it might be because there are still technically enemies spawned on the bridge, it will prevent the boss from actually spawning. Barbie's already had a couple of issues with magic, and him having to do quets would be pretty darn tough. So he's going to take his time here.
Oh, I don't know if I'm not just walking forward a little bit there. But
that might be tricky.
The idea is hugging the left for that whole way, and then after that you can just go straight to quits.
Yeah, he's being a little cautious here. He might be okay, but we'll find out.
I feel like this might be all right.
Yeah, I think it's doable. Looks good. Good skip. A little touch and go, but nice and through it. Maddie slowly looking like he's catching up, making his way through the first area of the dungeon. I don't know what strats Maddie runs for this. I don't know if he's absconded with my strats or not, but we'll check it out here. Yeah, DTG doing... she's got some downtime here, so she's doing some pipe running, a little bit of parkour. You know, there's a couple of items back there that you can grab that you can sell off for Gil if for some reason you're incredibly short, or if you just want to pad yourself for a marathon run. You're literally waiting anyway, so you may as well, you know, give yourself some padding. Things can go wrong in this run. You know, bad things. Arden can knock you out at later stages of the game. Let's see Maddie's cast here. For bridge skip, pulls it up nice and close. Looks pretty good. Nice, everyone cooperated. Oop, nope. Pulled it up a little bit too far, but not a significant time loss. Good animation cancel skip here, and then gonna menu over to that Thundara. See if he gets bridge skip here. Looks good. Ooh, one step too far. Unfortunately, Maddie's gonna have to lose a couple of seconds here escaping this. Not a big deal, just 15, 20 seconds of time loss. In the grand scheme of things, doesn't quite matter. Looks like he towed up to the line for that jump just a little bit too far. He got his tippy toes over the line. But see how he fares with that. And Barbie is done with Chapter 7 here, getting on the airship with Aranea. We have our mithril, though, so we can now see what we can do about getting the boat fixed to make our way to Altissia.
Actually, Maddie's showcasing Blade of the Mystic for the first time.
Yes, this is the preferred strat for me as well.
Yeah, so Blade of the Mystic has an interesting warp strike where it initially shoots 3 projectiles, which is magic-based damage, and it does a ton of damage on creme brulees especially.
Yep. Very, very clean fight. DTG now using her time effectively to make a trip to the bathroom or the convenience store, or grabbing a snack, or perhaps doing her taxes while we wait for Caligo to take his sweet, sweet time.
Sounds like a spot of trouble's popped up at the power plant.
I think taxes would be during the some of the earlier marathons because those happened, I think, closer to April. I'm not sure which countries do taxes in August these days.
Well, it depends. Do you file quarterly?
I do not.
File quarterly. Now's a great time to be doing them.
Learn something new every day. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you're in the self-employed business, it pays to file quarterly, I've found.
Also, a friendly reminder that this event is kind of speedrunner Christmas and Independence Day and your birthday for anybody that gets to participate in it. It's a really big and special time each year. So these runners are definitely giving us a wonderful show. And I know when things go great, you feel on top of the world, and when things don't, you feel a real you feel it in your stomach. So all these
stealing my strats. Good on you, mate. So it looks like Maddie's going to run the newer, more aggressive strats here. Just based on items, if you carry an extra muscle stim and an extra Magitech booster, that second room fight, you can literally just Ragnarok Warp Strike everything, and it's over quick enough that he can set this up, this cast right in the middle here. And what he should be able to do is Warp Strike there and transition to the Ice brand. And perfect, super quick. This is exactly how I'd like to teach people how to do the chapter, but it is very drop dependent because you can't do it if you don't have the right items with you, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is exactly how you do that
keep
fight.
It to the left, and I think he's gonna get Quet Skip here. Ooh, a little bit of a misstep there coming off. Let's see if it's clear. Barbie looks like he's having quite a clean chapter 8 here. Very quick chapter, but things can go wrong so quickly. Hey, Maddie pushing his luck, but still gets the Quet Skip. GG.
Barbados just clearing out these goblins, which can be annoying since Ragnarok can just sometimes miss them.
Yep.
And then there's this Garcimasera, I think that's what it's called.
Yep, Garcimasera, that can just sometimes jump the second you cast magic, which makes you feel horrible and is akin to like slamming your finger in a minivan door.
As OOT likes to put it, they can just beat Jedi masses and jump over it.
Dude, they're awful.
Yeah, it looks very clean. And it's always nice to end that fight like on the path where you have to leave the building as well.
Great work in there.
Sure. Hey, big. So the one and now that you should see the other. Day.
So the power plant. You'll probably want to freshen up.
Also, Gladio's back from the DLC.
And he's got even less of a shirt this time. Wow.
Yeah. And
picked up some new stars, though. Yeah, weird. Wonder what happened. Oh, you know what they say. My favorite hockey team has my favorite fighting team has a hockey problem.
Now we're just heading back to, well, into one of the skips that everyone's afraid of failing.
Yeah, I didn't fail it in front of like 40,000 viewers live for the like literally only first time and only time it's happened. That is everyone out of Quets. Barbie getting set up for the Seaside Supermodel skip.
You can check out that VOD on this channel.
I will fold you like a lawn chair. I know where you live.
I know where you live too, buddy.
So, as mentioned previously about the earlier chapter 1 skip where we dismiss Ignis's dialogue, there used to be a way that we do it that wasn't straightforward. We'd actually kick off to the right and pick up an item. For some reason, picking up that Maiden's Kiss prevents Prompto from like wanting to interact with us. I don't know why. Sometimes the game, I understand it. Sometimes I don't. That is one of its mysteries, its secrets that it keeps to itself.
Yeah.
Fine. Keep your secrets.
As long as you like keep going to the next like checkpoint anyways, if you just kind of idle around after picking it up, he can still grab you.
Yep. Well, obviously you're not gonna stand there in a speed run, are you? Anyway, Barbie's gonna have a chat with a dog. It's best pupper. Anybody got any cool dog emotes they want to put in the chat? Any Franker Z's?
We stand Umbra on the couch here.
As long as Umbra doesn't get on the couch, though, I'm very tired of vacuuming the hair off of it.
No, you're not.
I extremely am. I have a very destructive cat that I live with that ruins everything, specifically my furniture.
Shoutouts to Ondor.
No shoutouts to Ondor.
Too late, I already did it.
He is a liar. He has been fed already. It's like Maddie making his way over to the factory. The reason why we're actually here is because we actually need to get the mithril refined so we can put it back in the boat, because that's the part it's missing. And it just so happens that, as Irenaeus says, looks like there's a bit of trouble to clean out. So she's ever so gracious and just drops us off there. It's like, she gives us a juice box, pat on the head, and says, "Go get him, Tiger." Let's see how... Oh, Maddie getting bopped by the Garcia. Hopefully stays in place. Good, clean first magic cast, and going to be around the horn with the Ragnarok Warp Strikes. Looking pretty okay. DTG is making her way to Cape Kaim as well. So, pretty clean run so far. Ondor's not the best cat, Lena. Don't you dare backsass me, young man.
These goblins can be really annoying.
Yep. So if you're keeping score at home, we have now traveled by automobile, by plane, and by boat. I sure hope we get train sometime soon so I can make a joke about a really good movie.
Airplane?
What?
Airplane?
Yeah. Aranea took us by airship.
That had to be the movie you were thinking of, right?
Yeah. John Candy? What? No.
I got one.
You know what they say, the Candyman can.
That's as old as they get. Seems in order.
Shoutouts to Uncle Buck.
Shout outs to Uncle Buck.
I'm sure
no shout outs to Buck from Kill Bill.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
No.
I'm clearly... Yes, The Polar Express. Great movie. Yeah, goblins are always trash. Garcia Macera can be the tricky one, though. If you miss that cast, you got to magically come up with about, 9 to 10,000 damage, which is a lot when you don't really actually have anything to deal with it, and your equipment is not exactly what you want it to be. Because for us, at least for me, the menuing I set at Chapter 8 is so I don't have to menu in Chapter 9. Chapter 9, as Barbie's getting into it, is also going to have some pretty cool tech here. I'm not sure if he's going to do his menuing here or later, but I'd definitely use a different outfit. I don't remember who figured it out, but by stopping and checking in with Gentiana first, even though we do not sleep and we don't interact with anything else in the hotel, it counts as a rest point for some reason, and we can actually use it to warp back to it, which is a huge, huge time save.
It is actually Dutch Potato that suggested it to me while I was doing a New Game Plus run.
Oh yeah, Dutch Potato. I hope they're doing well. I haven't seen them in a hot minute. Maddie's setting up here for the Seaside Supermodel skip, taking a different line. I'm okay with it. And DTG doing her best to push Cindy up the hill. Very nice Maiden's Kiss grab there. Barbie doing pretty much, to be honest, the last shopping of the run. There really shouldn't be anything else that he needs to buy or sell. So pretty clean getting set up for what is pretty much the back half of the run here. Most of the runners more than halfway through the run so far. But yeah, if y'all haven't checked him out, I highly, highly recommend it. This is not my channel. Definitely check out the runners and give them some support.
What would you describe the type of boat that they use in this town as?
That is a gondola. In case you're wondering. Yeah, I told y'all earlier. I had DTG pegged for like a mid to high 420 pace run. Let's see how close I am. It's very tough to fool the guesser these days. What? A gondola.
Yeah, all three of these runners are pushing through some really impressive runs here.
If you've a mind to talk, come to my estate.
Barbie definitely showing off his decades of experience today.
Yep. Seen a lot of old strats I ain't seen in a hot minute.
I see why people flock from far.
Huh.
Well, we need to go talk to Camellia. Yeah, like we have any other option.
Ricola, I ain't need no cough drops. I ain't Sharky at RPG Limit Break 2018. You
Dude,
thought I
so
forgot,
many...
but I didn't.
I know you didn't forget. There were so many people to talk to there that I hadn't met before. I swear I needed that entire family-sized bag of Halls drops just to make it through the week.
Taking it to the streets.
I think that was the first time I interacted with you in person. Anyway, sorry.
I think so. What we got here, Barbie is about to get into everyone's favorite part of the run. Who likes diplomatic concessions? Yeah, anyone a big fan of bureaucracy and red tape? Do you particularly like filing your taxes and filling out forms and paperwork? Well, boy, do I have the chapter for you. Please welcome to Talking to Camellia. As previously mentioned, though, and shoutouts to Rudix, who I believe was the person who ended up timing all this. As it turns out, being a jerk is the fastest way out of these this dialogue that Barbie's going to have to go through. There are, I think, a total of like 24 options that you can choose. Thankfully, being a jerk the entire time nets you the fastest results. Barbie has 2 muscle stims. That means you have 1 more than you need to finish the run already, Barbie. So Barbie cleared on muscle stims. Maddie has 8 muscle stims.
Wow.
First things first.
That seems really high.
It is pretty high. Yeah, exactly, Delroy. So that is honestly more than the Maddie really needs. The only what he could do is he could use, since this is a no ring run, he could try and go for double muscle stim on Ravis, which might save time, especially if he has a spare superior restorative. The other option is he could go more aggressive on Rogue and pop a muscle stim at the beginning of that fight. Otherwise, really, that's kind of the only place where you're going to use them. Either that or
for all of that, actually.
Yeah, realistically. The other, I don't know if anyone else is doing Ranmaru's Arden strat, but definitely need at least 1 muscle stim there.
It will most likely come to war. However, I don't care to host.
Yeah, Noctis's dialogue options for this Camellia interaction were basically ripped directly from Squall's dialogue from FF8. Whatever. I guess. That sucks.
Also, I am convinced that this game inspired the thing you see nowadays, where you tell an AI, here are two people, and it mashes together pictures of them.
Yeah, please welcome to the stage, Hillary Rodham Merkel, or Angela Clinton, however you'd like it.
Looks like Maddie just got failed the skip where he just got the side quest to check out Luna Freya's wedding dress. That's the reason why we walk around that flower stand.
Yep. Looks like he's gonna... Yeah, it looks like Maddie's on my notes and just kind of maxing out on the power EXs there. To be honest, the only time Maddie has enough muscle stems that he can kind of use them almost everywhere. I would not, however, use it on Leviathan. That creates a bit of a problem, just dealing with how the damage and the phase shifts work. But that means if you really wanted to, it doesn't matter. You could just kind of use a swag muscle stem on the Marlboro in Chapter 10. See, this is what happens when you're in chat, when you should be speedrunning. Thought I trained you all better than this. Yep.
Aren't you usually in chat teaching people what a cube theory is when it comes to food?
Yes. Look, come holler at me when you got 3,000 hours of runtime in this game, my guy.
I'll be back next week.
Yeah. You go into the hyperbaric time chamber?
Hey, that's a real thing. It could help.
What do we got going on here? So DTG getting set up for Chapter 7 should be pretty textbook here.
Feels like the runners are slowly tightening up as the run's gone along.
Of course. You certainly opened up to them, though.
What can I say? I have a soft spot for the young and tragic. They've lost Regis. They've lost the crystal.
The question is, are Wescom and Camila actually lovers?
You know, some things it's okay to keep private. So I never quite tried to figure that one out myself.
Yeah, generally, like once you reach the whole interaction with Camila, it's kind of a boring chapter. It's just nothing but a giant autoscroller, basically.
You get a few minutes of downtime before the real action kicks up at the end of Chapter 9.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe just a few minutes behind.
Indeed, the best we can realistically do is to help the Hydrian help us.
Barbie here is starting up his interactions with Hillary Merkel. Meanwhile, TPG is working through these creme brulees that we saw Maddie and Barbie get through a few minutes back. Looks like that particular interaction did not give her any trouble whatsoever. Also, if you listen closely, you'll notice that Prompto will start singing along at some point when interacts with some of these stairs, and the song that he goes along with actually changes depending on which language of dub you use when you set your language settings in this game. So I want to say Alfina always loves calling that out, and specifically something about the French version, so shout outs to France.
Yep. Don't forget you guys. Of course.
This is such a short and pointless bit of movement, but you just want to shove your way through this small crowd and then cutscene starts.
I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like DTG and Maddie both ended up missing the bridge skip in Chapter 7 here. So, small time loss, but definitely pushing on through and making short work of these encounters as they come up.
Once again, Blade of the Mystic being showcased.
Is this the only place where that particular Royal Arm is used?
For Royal Edition runs, yes.
Okay. I haven't seen many base game runs, so I don't remember seeing it elsewhere, but I was curious.
Alright, this is the part where I finally wake up and Barbados is finally back into action again. So, we just want to warp past these guys. There are a little bit of optimal movements we want to keep up. Oh, very unfortunate, he just got hit immediately. I've never seen that happen before.
I haven't either, actually. That is a bit unfortunate.
So what he's gonna want to do now is prepare a magic for when he eventually one-shots Leviathan Phase 1. We'll get into that when it happens, but right now it's just another sequence of quick-time events. And like the Titan thing, it's much faster to just not do anything and let them hit you. Also, DTG doing a great job with these fights.
But definitely an impressive show being put on so far.
Right. The Zaga in the middle should hit everything and go to town with Ice Brand.
So I don't want to concern you, but I might need your power here.
You gotta be a jerk again.
And I don't know who it was that decided that simply throwing a random fire magic into the middle of the air actually hits Leviathan here, but it is very interesting to see.
Nice, got the quad skip. So there's a pretty specific setup for this. What he's gonna want to do is aim the fire towards the right, since that's where Leviathan's just gonna be going past. And hopefully, if everything lands, it should just go straight to phase 2. Nice.
So now some unfortunate things happen story-wise, and Noctis is now a Super Saiyan.
Yeah, somehow you get all the Royal Arms here, even though you don't collect all of them throughout the story.
Thanks for the coverage, gents.
Happy to support.
Yeah, had to go meet my candle maker. No, I'm not joking.
So now what Barbados is going to want to do is pop a Power EX and hold Circle. There's nothing else you need to do. It is the most damage you can do in this fight.
Circle and back.
Yep. And then eventually it's going to start going into phase 2, and what you're going to want to do is avoid getting the quick time event.
Yep.
If it comes too close, even if you do get it, you don't want to press the button. Otherwise, you'll do some long animation that really doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. Looks like a decent setup. Leviathan gonna go underwater.
Oh, a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, way too high.
I think Barbados just ran out of space by being at the edge of the arena there.
Yeah, unfortunately there. It's all right. Not a big deal. Just gonna have to go through Leviathan's third phase, which isn't awful. You just kind of continue holding circle, and eventually she'll fall down, go boom.
Leviathan can be a jerk too by going underwater, which...
Yeah, it's really tough. You kind of have to... don't get me wrong, we say you just hold circle, and in theory it's easy. In execution, it is not. You really got to have like razor sharp reflexes. The entire time you're doing this fight, you need to be aware of your own space within this 3D arena. And you have to try and almost kind of suggest to Leviathan where you would like her to go. And you want to try and keep her up above the water. It's a bit of a handle, but you know, practice makes perfect, and even sometimes with the most practice, things don't go perfect.
Interesting camera work here.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't actually need to mash this at all. You can just let the animation run.
Really?
What's important is just getting Leviathan to 0 HP.
Nice. Did not know that. ETG heading to the Xenorous factory here. And Maddie about to dive into the Leviathan fight as well. Let's see how DTG's fight fares here. Maddie doing a good job of showcasing why sometimes doing nothing is the fastest option here. If you do interact with those, you get into like this slow-mo parry animation, and sure, it looks cool, but it loses us a couple seconds every time, so we ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Oh, got hit by the Gossam Sarah.
Oof.
Okay, it still got hit with
Oh, yeah, should be okay. Nice. It happens. I think everyone's actually been bullied by a Garcia Macera in this run so far, so, you know, just don't want to make anybody feel left out.
We do still need your power.
Yep. I need your power! Angrily shakes fist. Almost comedically. Like, you could put Benny Hill music behind it and it'd be fine. Not Benny King. We already made that joke.
I think that was before the stream started.
The first day of the relay is officially over. Welcome to day 2.
I'm honored to be at the start of day 2.
Yeah.
I'm honored to have tricked you guys into letting me be here at all, so thank you.
Hey, we finally are riding a train now. We've officially made it to planes, trains, and automobiles. Great movie, by the way. Let's see how Maddie fares with Leviathan here. Looking like he's off to a pretty decent start. Pretty simple. First phase, pretty easy. Personally, I like to pull back and to the left, just because it manipulates Leviathan into coming at me from like directly ahead, as opposed to any weird angle. It's just a little bit better of a setup for me. But again, user preference. You can get the same results from almost any direction. I just like what I like.
So Barbados is now in chapter 10, and he's gonna want to talk to this NPC here because it for some reason allows us to skip this phone call that we would get with Core on the stairs here. But talking to him just lets us, like, skip it for some odd reason.
Yeah. I looked away. Which NPC is it? Because I don't do this. Because it's like relatively new to me.
There's this man, like at the. You'll see him as soon as you leave the train. You just look at him.
Is it the train porter? You're the guy directly behind that.
The guy in the white shirt that you just see as soon. Oh, actually, the Mega Phoenix.
Yeah, the guy behind the Mega Phoenix.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very, very easy to see.
Barbie's going for a really neat skid here.
Yep. Maddie looks like he got quick time, but got the quick kill on Leviathan. Barbie's setting up for the Chapter 10 skip, which this chapter was redesigned, I think, 3, perhaps 4 times since its inception. So what he's going to do is he's actually going to warp back to the beginning of the level, and then warp strike out and over onto a piece of mining equipment, and then just jump down this hole. And congratulations, he's skipped pretty much the entire level and is in the boss arena. This fight is a little bit scripted. The only thing I haven't figured out consistently is how to get the instant cutscene.
Oh, you have to get it to not do the breath attack, basically, as you kill him.
Oh, yeah. But Barbie going in with some Armiger and a Power EX. This fight, like I said, is a little bit scripted, so basically you have to knock it down a few times and then basically just move around, and the game's going to teach you about regrouping and strategy, and introduces Ignis's new skill. I believe it's Liberali Elementus or something like that. Slat. Pretty clean chapter for DTG. Maddie also wrapping it up on the back end here.
It's timing the Ragnarok warp strikes on Marlboro every time it regens.
Yep. Keep it knocked down.
And then after knocking it down 3 times, you just go to this trigger.
Yep.
Pretty clean Marlboro, nothing wrong happened. It's very easy for those smaller ones to just attack you randomly out of the cutscene, and you just have to use a potion to get yourself out of danger. But aside from that, there's not too many difficult techs. Nothing too interesting going on.
Alright, let's haul ass.
Just to show how short Chapter 10 has become, Barbie is leaving it right as Maddie is spinning up and starting up the chapter.
Yep. Chapter 10, really darn quick. Should really only take about 7 minutes or so. 7.5 minutes, I think.
Feels about right.
Sounds about right.
Case, hop aboard. We'll be leaving shortly.
We're here from...
Altissia is very confusing for a lot of people. For me, I don't know what it is. I just I'm really good at understanding that labyrinthine area. I love it. Planes, trains, and automobiles, Uncle Sharky. Yeah, my extensive years spent 3D modeling and 3D printing have made me good at understanding 3D puzzles.
You're not still working on that Millennium puzzle, are you?
No, the near replicant puzzle we finished a while back. That was a tricky one.
Feels good to ride the rails. Sure does. Eager to drive.
Near replicant speedruns?
If they'll let me.
No, I had it. So Square Enix had like this 1,000-piece puzzle of like one of the like title arts, and it's really beautiful. Except about 50% of it is just like gradients of white, gray, blue, and black, and it was definitely difficult to put together just because of it's a 1,000-piece puzzle anyway. But it was a good time though. Very good time. Kept us preoccupied for a few weeks.
Mission complete.
You do have to keep him away from speedrunning near games because the human body can only contain so much salt at any one given point in time.
But recent days have shown an unseasonably sharp change.
You ever think about going to Nier Automata every once in a while?
I think about it, and then I realize that I should probably just not. I'll get back to it eventually. Like, I think if enough people finally knock me far enough down the leaderboard, I'll actually care, but, like, it's one of those things I also need to spend enough time away from it. Like, a lot of the strats have changed, so part of me wants to, like, literally unlearn all of that muscle memory. Just so, if and when I do go back to it, the only thing I remember is the movement, because everything else is easier to rebuild after that, as long as your movement's steady. And like how to do most of the skips, but there's a lot of different strats that have come out now that I'd just be hard forced. Yep, another clean dungeon skip here. Good job, Maddie. And DTG is now in the bureaucratic section of the run. Good luck, girl.
Doesn't make any sense.
I'll be back in just a moment.
Take your time and wash your hands.
Nice melody. 7 out of 10.
Yep. We don't talk about coaster skip in this chat, Reliant. I know where you live. Actually, coaster skip's not bad. I could probably still do coaster skip. Last time I tried to do it, I hadn't touched Nier Automata in like 8 or 9 months, and I was still able to get it first try.
So Barbados is trying to catch Prompto.
Yep, trying to catch Prompto. Maddie with a clean Marbrell fight. It's a very interesting Prompto, though.
Yeah, something's different.
Something's different about this Arden. That might be Prompto, might not be Prompto. This is also another section, I don't know if D-Wins is still in chat, that up until like the past couple of months, we never really thought about it, but you can actually do the camera reset trick with the explosions in this chapter, and if you get all of them and time it properly, it saves about 10 seconds, which is really neato. Because Noctis gets knocked off his feet from the explosion, or like crouches and covers his face, but like they're actually really long animations.
Super difficult to get. I don't even understand how it works still.
I don't understand why it works either, but I think it has something to do with like the perspective shift.
And supposedly on HDD, it's just simply holding forward with the left stick, not even mashing anything.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
I've actually been digging into it, and I think Chitose might actually have an advantage in AMG because they still use a hard disk, and it just can't load data as fast, so you don't have like as tight of time frame windows when like executing ZCBs and stuff, which I think is hilarious. The one of the rare instances where running on something slower is actually better.
Yeah, I don't think I've gotten it a single time on PC, and I'm pretty convinced that PS5's probably too fast for it as well.
Yep, hard agree.
Yeah, right now we're just making our way to another big Order Scroller fight. Barbados is gonna want to kill those Magitech soldiers anyway, since there are still more chances for him to get like extra muscle stimulants or whatever else he needs.
Magitech boosters and muscle stems are all. Everything else is just kind of whatever. But yeah, good camera skipping there. Also, it's not really super mentioned, but the way he killed that first Magitech soldier, it's very important that you either get behind them for the kill, or to like have them off to one side, because otherwise they will body block you.
Yeah.
And it takes about 4 to 5 seconds for the the corpse to despawn.
It's weird that you can't just jump over it even after.
Yeah, it's super weird. It's just kind of, well, you kind of can't jump over them in like the game anyway, so it kind of makes sense until it like physically despawns.
I guess another thing Barbados is gonna want to do here is just do attacks to simply build up the Omega Bar. You're gonna need it for the next chapter.
Yep, gonna need it for the next chapter big time. One of the, I think, more difficult fights in the run. Just because there's a lot going on, and the lead-up fight to it can be pretty exhausting if you're not super paying attention.
I'd say it's like the part of the run where it has some of the more RNG sections to it.
Yep, it's very RNG heavy, but also very execution heavy, and a lot of it relies on how you respond to how the game kind of plays itself out.
So Barbados has got his full Omega Bar. He can realistically just stand still and wait for the game to progress, but we can just kill these for fun and potentially get some more muscle stims if he's lucky enough. And as for the train health, you can stand still and do nothing and it still won't die.
Yeah.
It's kind of pointless to have it there in the first place.
It adds a sense of panic. It's gives you that sense of doing good.
I don't know if it's better to just have it there to have that sense of panic, or if it actually could game you over, which adds even more panic.
Game overing in Final Fantasy 15? More likely than you think. Actually, no, not really. This game is not known for its difficulty unless you impose it upon yourself.
Except for one small section where I've game overed a few times. Especially in big PB bases, and I hate it.
D1 says you can game over. I trust D. D knows what's going on. You wizard. And Barbie now gets to go around the horn, as I call it. DTG making her way to Leviathan. Maddie having a chat with our Prompto. Or Prompt Den, whatever you prefer. So now Barbie's going to basically go around the horn here, collecting, basically warp striking the shock soldiers, which pretty much explode when you deplete their health, bringing down these enemy airships. So just going to kind of wait for it to open. There is a preferred angle you want to take here, straight on, to the right, to the left, and loop it all the way back around.
Use of magic there just to one-shot one of the ships, why not? And then the rest is pretty much targeting the shock troopers specifically to make the ships blow up.
Yep. Magic stats, I ain't seen those. Maybe I'll have to tinker around with it.
And now Prompto is doing his DLC.
Yep, goodbye Prompto. Yeah, I was gonna say Maddie pulling out my strats, which I don't think I've seen him run before. So, good job, good job. Good to see some expert strategizing going on. But either way, despite any of the bad luck or mistakes, pretty clean runs so far for these runners. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, I kind of wish this game had some kind of hard mode.
Yeah, it's called an experience bangle. Strap it on, buddy. Oh wait, you're the only other person that well, not the only other person, but for a long time it was just you and me that ran the level 1 categories pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing about level 1 is it's more or less the same as being level, just you have to do slightly extra more things to get the damage to the same level.
Yeah. A heavier reliance on armor and magic, and also stats. Lots of eating, lots of eating.
Yeah, lots of food.
I'm hungry.
It's probable he's no longer where we left him. In any case, he may try to contact us. Let us wait and hope for now. Can you make your way here? Gladiators with me.
Are the two of you okay at least?
Yes.
Okay, on my way. Huh? I'll be there as soon as I take care of these stowaways.
So Barbados is just gonna want to make it to the front of the train and just stand still. There's literally nothing he needs to do.
Yep. Set up the angle. If you need it, you have a sweet little break here, which is pretty nice if you need it. Give your hands a rest. You can actually set it up so that the enemies, because the train is taking a turn, they'll actually get stuck in the little side area because you can only cross the trains the train cars directly from the center. They will actually kind of get stuck in the corners instead, which is really nice. You can taunt them, make fun of them, tell them that their AI is insufficient, that for a computer they're doing a horrible job, whatever you want to do.
Their mother was a hamster and their father smelled of elderberries.
Woo!
I've always thought about testing what happens if you just stand still at the back of the train, if it does anything.
No, it does nothing. Especially if you're running exosuit, it doesn't do anything. You're just chilling.
Well, yeah, just exosuit time that you can just sit here and soak this.
The gargoyle is just doing the same thing over and over.
Yep, they don't really do much. They ain't there. Maddie getting on his tank, and his time to go around the horn. DTG entering the Leviathan fight. Hopefully a nice clean one.
Let's see if DTG can do the quick phase one.
Yeah, I like the quick phase one with the magic cast. It's pretty darn simple. You just got to get a feel for the timing is all. Looks good. Clean. Very nice. Pretty darn simple. You just got to turn to the right and cast ahead.
And let's see how well she can hold circle.
I've heard she's an excellent circle holder. Maddie going around the horn, traditional style here for chapter 10.
Just a flesh wound.
Can you see?
Gonna have to work on that one a little bit. That's always the tricky one, is getting that one in the corner.
Yeah, Ragnarok is pretty rough sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't want to do the increased damage it promises with the warp strikes.
Yep, Maddie having a little struggle here, but getting through. The plus side is I did see he got a superior restorative. I like to use those on Ravis because it means I can use one less elixir, which it doesn't matter. We generally have more elixirs than we're ever planning on using. But what it does do is it prevents you from having to spend 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds menuing and selecting it and going through the item usage animation. So again, top tier ultimate strats for time saving there. So not a bad one. DTG looking pretty good here. Got to deal with underwater Leviathan. Looks like she should get it pretty... Ooh, that was a tight curl. Should get one more shot at it before it switches to phase 3. No, looks like it was just short damage-wise. That last dive by Leviathan was a bit dirty, in my opinion.
Yeah, so
not giving her a full shot at it.
being unable to skip phase 3, which is basically when Leviathan comes out from the middle and spawns these tornadoes, you don't get the final QuickTime event as quickly as you should. Leviathan will start doing this long roar, and it's just gonna waste like an extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I said, that Leviathan fight sounds simple in execution, but until you do it, there's a whole lot of stuff you have going on, and trying to keep her in decent position and from, not being too high in the arena or too close to the water in the arena is just, it's a lot going on while you're still trying to make sure that your attacks are hitting, because sometimes they'll just stop. You also have to make sure Leviathan is, not about to quick time you, and you're not about to back yourself into a corner of the arena and have to rapidly reposition. There's a lot going on, but overall, looks like everyone made it through somewhat decently.
And that's Leviathan around the horn.
Yep. And DTG should be getting that if you Sharkie on the splits.
True. So after 24 hours, we're all still within basically one chapter or so of each other.
Yep, not bad at all.
It does look like things are tightening up a bit. Sorry, go ahead.
Funny thing about that NPC Barbados just interacted with, it is random what hairstyle she has. She can just sometimes have a ponytail, or just the one that she had there. I don't know what causes that to be random.
Alright, here we go. Who in chat wants to say hi to my dad?
Your dad's a nice guy.
My dad's a nice guy. He loves Final Fantasy 15 speedrunning. That's a great username. All right, Maddie looks like he is all set up for his quick little coffee break. Barbie's taking a train ride, or DTG is taking a train ride. Barbie's also taking a train ride. Hey, we're all taking the train. But Barbie's going to get set up here for one of the trickier fights in the run, in my opinion. It is, well, maybe not super tricky, but it is quite frustrating. He's going to have to fight three more lich enemies that we were familiar with from chapter 7. Losing my mind here a little bit. As well as a bunch of imps, and as we all know, they do not like to cooperate. He also will have to fight, a Deathclaw. And Deathclaw can be quite stingy about how it likes to interact with you and your Armiger. DTG stepping off the train. She's going to go talk to the mans, get that phone call skip from Core, and make her way down to the skip. Maddie out here just cutting off Aranea. It's good to see her again. And she, after this discussion, is going to go save our boy Prompto. She has a soft spot. What can I say?
Doesn't everyone have a soft spot for Prompto?
He is the most precious cinnamon roll.
I wonder what could be this.
But yeah, a little bit of forced dialogue. To be honest, I think this would have been like a really cool segue into Arenea's DLC. Unfortunately, got canceled. Mainly because people couldn't stop criticizing this game on the internet. This is why we can't have nice things, people.
So we're gonna be making use of Blizzard, and just like Chapter 7, a lot of these enemies are weak to ice, so we're gonna be making use of Ice Brand as well.
Yep, the Wraiths are particularly weak to it, just like they were in Chapter 7. Barbie, charge your controller, please.
Funny how this is an ice area, but they're weak to ice too.
Yeah. Not sure what the thought process behind that was.
And if Barbie is lucky enough, all the Ragnaroks will land, and he won't need to use another Blizzard.
DTG getting set up, and looks like she's going to be able to execute properly on the Chapter 10 skip. Gotta go left first. There you go. Saga, Exosuit. Good set. Maddie making his way back. Barbie getting set up for the actual Deathclaw fight here. Big ol' Warp Strike. Fire, Muscle Stim if you got one, into Armiger. Damage looking like you might have to Armiger Chain and poke a few extra Warp Strikes, but that is A-okay. Sometimes that's the best you can get. Not gonna get Armiger Chain off, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, I don't think the prompt ever popped up for him.
Yeah, it's really... So that I've actually found out is position-based. You need to have enough room to actually execute it, so if Deathclaw tends to pull to, like, the outside, like, as opposed to the train side, you might not be able to get it off, which is annoying and unfortunate.
Yeah, so in general, you never want to stand in between the train and Deathclaw. You want to kind of be in an open space in front of it or behind it. Usually in front of it, because the tail would be... like, it has a very small hitbox, so it's really hard to get all the hits in.
Yeah, it is the start of college football season, I forgot already.
Yeah, my fantasy team's draft is tomorrow.
Sheesh, good luck, brother. DTG, actively losing her mind, running in circles. We'll circle back to that one later. Barbie's going to have a chat with another man on a train. And meet another beautiful lady.
Meanwhile, Matt is having a chat with two guys about a train.
Yep. Trains, they're important. Yes, those are perennial Final Fantasy celebrities, Wiggs and Bedge. Pretty cool dudes. I don't know why their outfits aren't matching, but here you are.
I thought it was Vixen Wedge.
Yeah, Vixen and, what is it? Vixen and Blicka? Abus and Grav?
Something sounds just slightly off about that.
Yeah. We'll figure it out later. We still have like roughly an hour of this run to figure out what their names are. Maybe. My hands break. I may or may not have been lubing 150 keyboard switches during this.
That sounds like work.
It is. It's all good, though. Not a bad chapter from Barb. Good clean on Deathclaw. That is a clear split. Keep it going. And now we've finally done it. We have all three runners in a load screen at once. Let's go. Nice. You'll love to see it. Welcome to Final Fantasy 15 speedrunning, folks. It doesn't get much more exciting than this.
I feel
Just
like
kidding.
this has happened once before.
I'm just kidding. This is a good run. honestly, if you're intimidated by speedrunning or learning, I said it at the beginning of the stream, I would recommend this run, especially if you have like the 5 hours to devote to it. 5.5 hours for your first kind of run. It's very comfy. You can't game over. Like, it's very nice. It's very easy. I have multiple video tutorials that are up and commentated and have input viewers, and there are always people around to answer your questions. So Barbie's going to make his way out of the train while Maddie is outside the train, and DTG is going to get on a train.
Perfect.
But Barbie about to hit one of the worst sections of the game, unfortunately. Believe it or not, a lot of really, really good runs have died to the barrels. At some point, I do believe, I want to say around patch 1.13, someone at Square Enix had the incredibly wonderful idea of making the end of this game even more horrible than it already is RNG-wise, by adding collisions to the barrels in this tunnel. Potentially flipping you, stopping you, giving you a soft lock, game overing you. Literally just because. So the goal here is to interact with the barrels the least amount possible and just kind of shimmy them through. Your goal time, fastest time, is in like the 45 or 46 seconds left on the clock. So hopefully Barbie can get through this without too much ordeal. DTG about to start, or I'm sorry, Maddie about to start his fight with Deathclaw here. Got 7 muscle stims to burn. Cast that magic and Armiger, away we go. Looking pretty clean so far. Armiger chain, you want to be on the ground for this one, otherwise it really doesn't trigger. Got to position yourself away from that side of the rail. Don't know if Maddie's going to get the Armiger chain off here. I don't think he did. He's going to also have to finish up with some warp strikes here. A bit unfortunate, but thankfully we have that point warp there to abuse. There we go. Come on. One last shot. GG. Maddie done with Deathclaw. All he has to do is run out the clock, talk to Shiva, and Choco will be out of that split as well.
Let's be quick. Come on, this way.
Yep, that is a Deathclaw for Choco. Well done.
Yep. That son of a bitch. Carol Arden.
Does anybody even remember that reference anymore?
I'll never be able to financially or emotionally be able to recover from this.
Also, one big change that one of the patches made is for Chapter 13, you can actually choose to play as Gladio instead of Noctis, and it saves about 20 minutes of what Noctis route would be. Not only that, but it's way easier to do too. There's the movements like a lot faster. The fights are pretty few and far between.
Yep. It's a lot less strategy, a lot less items too. DTG now having a chat with Prompt Arden. Maddie having a chat with Shiva. Sharky is going to be debuting at his first cosplay convention in a nice Shiva cosplay. I'm excitedly looking forward to that.
Why you gotta spoil my big reveal?
Sorry. Sharky is gonna come out as a VTuber, Shiva model. But clean chapter there for Maddie. Also picking up what I think is arguably the best weapon in the game, the Trident of the Oracle. We should see that once Barbie makes it into the middle section of Chapter 13. Does incredible damage.
Yeah. Really broken.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, a lot of Gladio is not really combat, it's just going to checkpoints. You can pretty much skip every single spawn.
Yep. And would highly recommend it. Except one.
Eventually, and I believe it's the next room?
Next area.
Oh no, I think it's a little further.
Yeah, after the next room after the elevator ride. Yeah, Barbie's actually going to intentionally get into combat and abuse the parry command. And the way Gladio's combat works is it's going to increase his rage meter, which is the circular thing on the side, and we want to get that maxed out because that'll give us a very significant damage boost. The goal here is to, if you get lucky, you can 0 cycle Foros. It's incredibly rare, but the goal is 1 or 2 cycle. 3 cycle being slower, but average. So hopefully we'll see that put to practice. Maddie's going to take a crack at driving through the barrels. Hopefully we can get another participant in safely. Shoutouts to my F1 fans. We'll see you at Spa-Francorchamps tomorrow, bright and early. And DTG going to make her way out of the train here during the auto scroller. She's going to do the back route here, getting the kill from behind, making sure she can get on her way quickly. Maddie's drive going pretty smooth, and Barbie making his way through the imps, hopefully getting that rage meter nice and built up. Might just be me. I'm getting a little buffering on my side from Barbie's stream.
I'm seeing it too.
Okay.
But yeah, the idea of building rage is you can just simply, as long as Gladio guards, you can just let enemies attack into the shield and you can build it up slowly. But the fastest way is to actually time guards perfectly as the hit is about to land, and you can get well, basically half of the entire bar immediately, and you just want to block 2, sometimes 3 if you want to go for the absolute max rage.
Yeah, I go for full rage.
But as long as you're out of combat, the rage meter will not go down, so we get to keep it all the way till Foros.
Yep. See what kind of Foros we get here. You initially, yeah, you want to get that parry and vulnerable, and we're gonna build up to the second bar, which is where it says Earth Shatter is now Razor Edge. We want to get a parry on this, get Foros vulnerable, and uncork it. Very nice for max damage. Barbie looking like a good shot at a 2 cycle here, perhaps. DTG getting some spare muscle stems over there. Those will be handy in the late game, especially if she's low on them. I don't know her item count. She did also get a Flesh Fortifier, which is the most frustrating item to get here because it just adds 1 more item to your menuing, and it's a pain in the butt.
I hear Maddie has
some getting out.
I hear Maddie has some extra muscle stems if the other runners need them.
I would just Razor Edge here, get out of it perfectly. Execute, get on out of there for Barbie.
Yeah, it wasn't being very kind there. So the biggest problem with Foros is the attack where it disappears for like 5 seconds. And the problem with that is you don't really have anything to attack or to guard to keep your rage meter up.
Yeah,
and for some reason, it is the one fight out of this entire Gladio sequence and the DLC that doesn't give you like half the rage bar. It only gives you about a quarter of it back.
Yeah.
It's not good at all.
Maddie making his way up Zegnatus Keep as well, trying to get to Foros on the backside. DTG should be seeing the tank roll through any second now. Just doing her best, get that Armiger bar full, and try and farm for some drops. Yep, there it is. Good job. And DTG gets a chance to go around the horn as well.
DTG actually doing a great job of catching up time for Team Tonberry now. She's made up several minutes so far in this run.
Yep. Living up to expectations. clean off the top, extra muscle stim again, very nice. Using the corner strats. The camera in that section is very finicky, so to get the camera to target those enemies, you have to approach it at a very awkward angle. Barbie here now back in control of Noctis with a new weapon, the Sword of the Father and the Ring of We're not going to talk about it or use it in this run. Please enjoy.
Is it really a no-ring run if you fire it off in this section Barbie's in?
Give a crap. We gave Yida a pass because realistically in that section you cannot gain time by using it, so I'm okay with it. Plus it was really neat to just kind of show off what it can do. It has some pretty cool attacks. One of which I actually started using in the level 1 runs accidentally, but it also helps me if I'm running without as many elixirs. DTG out of Chapter 10, or Chapter 10, nice and clean. But yeah, the ring has an HP drain attack, a drain your MP bar, but AoE one-shot potential attack. And if you are good at, say, like Sekiro or parrying in Souls games, there is a defensive attack called Holy, which blasts the enemy for a lot of damage and restores a bunch of your MP.
Which we basically never use.
Yeah. You use it occasionally in level 1. Barbie grabbing a muscle stim here and about to finally reunite the entire party as Prompto is being held captive after the result of his DLC.
Yeah, so that's another one of those free muscle stims you can get just because of this dialogue being an auto-scroller.
Getting the max rage gauge and getting the heck out of there onto his fight with Foros.
Going for ×4, which is probably the smarter move for a marathon.
Gotta go heavy damage.
Go. I knew you'd go that way. Oh, you're such a tease.
Oh, you're such a tease.
Do you need help? I'm fine. Thank you, Noct. No sweat. Tell me, were you worried about me?
Oh, bugger.
No? Why would I be?
One neat thing that Ignis can do is actually provoke Foros for you, so Foros will just target him, and you can just focus.
I have had 2 zero-cycle Foroses where Ignis has just somehow... So if Ignis does land an attack, it's an instant vulnerable on Foros, and I've had Ignis hit him twice in the first phase and just basically keep him stun-locked.
Oh yeah, I think... isn't that the attack where he's like guarding, and if something hits him, he just counterattacks?
Yeah, basically. Maddie, unfortunately, I think he thought he had Razor Edge there. But trying to wrap up Foros. There we go. And Barbie showing off the one instance there that we're going to use it. That is the Sprint Refresh. Giving himself a little speed boost and refilling the stamina bar. But making his way to the Magitech Jammer, which is pretty much what's been preventing us from using our weapons and such. So Barbie's going to do an equip here. Normally it is the Armager Accelerator that goes on, the Heliodor Bracelet, the Axe of the Conqueror, as well as the Trident of the Oracle. And if you have any Quint cast Thundaga or Thundara left, I use it here to clear out the Iron Giant. But yeah, I love this section because if you do it right, you actually can go through all these fights literally without stopping. If you're really good on your quick magic casts and doing the camera cancels. But basically just a series of enemies just pushing through. Barbie using the Ragnarok here as well. A little bit of a different strat. We discussed some of the Royal Arms earlier. I'm one of the people that I leave the Axe of the Conqueror in my in my inventory the entire time because it actually gives you the biggest strength buff out of any item in the game, realistically, or at least ones that we have access to within the speed run. It gives you, I think it's almost like a whopping plus 100 to physical strength.
It's 60, but
Is it
Sword of the
60?
Father gives 100
Sword of the Father's
strength
bigger, yeah.
and magic, so that's the super cracked one.
Yeah, that one's super important. But I keep Axe on, just keeping them numbers pumped.
Yeah, 60 is still a considerable amount, so
It's absurd. It's better than the Heliodor, which is one of the only other strength accessories we get in the run. Maddie just waiting for things to cool down over here. DTG is going to take a walk and have a chat with this beautiful Dragoon. And Barbie's just going to continue making his way out here. Got to deal with these Reapers as well as the Rogue Axeman. Getting the Rogue Axeman down is what spawns the second Reaper. And then he should be able to clear this room if he had any ice magic left. If not, just going to continue to pound our way through it here. Probably going to have a potion or elixir, as previously mentioned, using the Royal Arms does deplete your HP.
And Trident especially depletes HP a lot more than the average Royal Arm.
Because it has that hologram damage.
You might also be noticing that Trident jump attacks in particular are a lot better than just doing ground attacks. That's just because you get 3 instant swings of Noctis if you do jump attacks. If you're on the ground, it kind of does this long stab animation, which isn't really worth it. But in some instances, if you can get blindside damage with it, it's better. You might see that on Ravus.
Where's that elevator?
Yeah, I
And we
pretty
just-
much use exclusively jump attacks. The only time I don't is if I'm the only party member left alive at Ravus, and I can get away with 3 blindsides, just because the double damage is worth it. Barbie here setting up the last couple of menus here. He's going to make some lightning magic with the Marlborough Eye, as well as the rest of our ice magic. Looks like he is being super conservative here in the best way possible and making super safe magic. Gonna do the ice and fire with the Imperial Medal of Honor. And that should give us, I believe, like 8 casts of it. And we're gonna carry that magic all the way through the rest of the one.
Yeah, and the thing about the amount of potency we have on the magic is that it doesn't really matter. We can... For the final chapter, we're going to have so much stats based on the food that we eat, so even with like pretty low potency, we can just do max damage.
Yep.
It's all that really matters is just getting quint costs.
And getting the fire shield down.
Yep.
Maddie working his way through Foros here. Nothing to write home about. That was pretty clean. Or, I'm sorry, that's Barbie, rather. And Barbie about to head it up to Ravus.
Yep, timing the kill on Foras so that he doesn't spawn the second wave of the small ones. If you kill it too quickly, you get an extra wave, and there's no real easy way to deal with that.
Yeah, they're annoying. I count to like 4 or 5 in my head and then go for it. But here we have Ravus. Ravus can be a bit stinky. The goal is you want him to really not move. I generally open with a couple attacks from the Sword of the Father because it pulls us closer. And it'll also give us a gauge on if Ravus is going to start warping around. We have some incredible magic at our disposal, and we also are going to use Armiger. The goal here is to try and use it when Ravus starts to kind of stutter step and kind of stumble.
Very unlucky with the Blizzard. He only had 3 casts there.
Yep, there was a squid cast. But we got some muscle stims, so hopefully Barbie can get some damage going here. That looks really good on the vulnerable state. Let's see if Every once in a while, you can get him locked in a vulnerable state. I haven't figured out how to make it consistent. It looks pretty good. Hopefully, Barbie can get this Armiger chain off. Looks like he did, so he's going to be able to get some really big damage in there. Very nice. Followed up with a cast. Looks like at least his Ravis has been pretty good about not super warping around the arena, which is really annoying. So at this point, looks like he's just going to have to push it through, probably take another elixir or so, and just melt the rest of his HP bar. Nice and clean. Maddie, on the other hand, making his way through Zignatus Keep as well. And DTG looks like she had a pretty decent Deathclaw. Very nice.
It's also pretty sad that we use Lunafrey's weapon on her own brother here.
What are you gonna do about it?
I was just a touch late on the Deathclaw split there for her.
Should be okay. He needed it out at the end. So Barbie now kind of stuck in a timed battle here. His only goal is to just make sure he has a full Armiger bar. That's it. That's all you need. Yeah, the Noctis section actually tells you a different story. And kind of gives you a bunch more background on Ravis. And episode Ignis also gives you a little peek behind the curtain about who he is and why he does what he does. But definitely character you want to take at face value, I promise.
You mean Gladio section? Because I think that's the Ravis cutscenes.
I'm trying to remember. So I haven't done Noctis in about a year. Mayhaps. But again, who watches cutscenes in the speedrun anyway? What is this, Final Fantasy X from 2 years ago?
I mean, we're forced to watch some in this game.
Details.
Also, looks like DGG's gonna get a clean Deathclaw.
Is it the Rage audio section? Very nice.
You must be prepared to lose all else.
I may have split Deathclaw too early then. I thought you were saying that I had just missed the Deathclaw kill.
Oops. No, it's all good. Like I said, we'll sort it out later. Not a big deal.
Those who died for you, do you ever
ETG has the 9 muscle stims. Oh, wow.
Sheesh.
Can you even
Is that even legal?
Yeah.
I'll come back for you all. I swear. How far is this going?
Oh, I think it was 2020 when I did patch 1.0 for this game for the anniversary. This Arden cutscene is skippable. I don't know why they patched the cutscene skip out.
I don't know. Maddie over here using Thunder against Arden. Interesting choice. I'm here for it. Or Ravis. Sheesh. Getting tired. Commentating 3 runs at once is a bit of a handful sometimes.
You're doing a good job, man.
Alright, let's see if he can get the vulnerable lock here. Nope. But still really good damage coming out. Ooh, another good stun. Ooh, that's not good though. Ravis deciding to teleport here is not good. Not going to really be able to get the Armiger warp chain off. Or not the warp chain, but the Armiger chain. Unfortunately, that's about a 50,000 damage loss, plus or minus. So, going to really have to work it out, do some muscle stims. There's still a superior restorative that he can use to try and prolong how long he can just do damage without having to heal. Just sometimes just get bad luck. Sometimes Ravis decides that he wants to be a jerk. Barbie getting sucked into a crystal. That happens to the best of us. DTG wrapping up her chapter. Going pretty A-okay here.
Yeah, decent Rebus, I'd say. I think the goal is to just kill him before the third or the second cooldown of the Bizarro.
Yeah.
If you have to use a third one,
It's gone bad, yeah. DTG about to say goodbye to the train for once and for all. Maddie working his way out of the timed battle here. Barbie now in a very interesting cutscene where we get to meet up with the real protagonist of the game, Bahamut. It's all his fault. Yeah, I'm trademarking it.
Alright, that split for Maddie was not on purpose, I swear.
Uh-oh. Do we need to call Maelstrom to fix it?
No, it's just a magic number. It's fine.
Okay. Sharky out here for Team Pokemon Graph, trying to throw some art into the mix.
Doing my best.
And Maddie now going to make his way up to the crystal. Barbie getting teleported to another cutscene. And Barbie's going to have a chat with with Bahamut.
Do you really say anything in that conversation?
No, you literally just say nothing. Like, literally, it's one of the options. Nothing. Basically, it's a good chance for you if you still like have questions about what the heck just happened. Bahamut gives you like kind of the deets on what's been going on. DTG, let's see where she's going to end up car-wise, heading into the final turn. Ooh, that barrel's not a good place to be. She's gonna mulch a barrel, lose a couple of seconds, but otherwise pretty clean driving section. Only about a second and a half off of optimal. So, ain't gonna complain too much about that. Well done. Maddie making his way to the crystal, about to enter the 4+ minutes of cutscenes and interactive cutscenes. And Barb making his way down to the best pupper again, wrapping up chapter 13. And now to make his way back to Insomnia.
Finally approaching the world of ruin here.
Yes, sir. Love you. You cute. You're also cute, Sharky. I know you heard that. They lucked out. Partner's going to get more yarn.
Perfect. Thank you. I believe we call that a loading screen sandwich when the other two runners are both in cutscenes.
Yep. DTG out and dashing. That was all I got. Go ahead.
No, I was just noticing that Barbie's starting to strike past Dino and the rest of the crew here from the docks.
I didn't see. Did he get the little mini cutscene skip or nah? I
missed it as well, unfortunately.
If you mash like crazy, you can actually skip the kind of like the forced cutscene that the game gives you. It saves you about 4 to 5 seconds. Again, this is all optimal kind of style strats. Barbie going all the way across map to get that warp strike, maximizing the amount of distance he can carry on these warp strikes. He's going to slowly make his way up the hill. And our goal is to meet up with the main road. If you remember when we drove first down to Golden Key, we make that left that descends down the hill, and you can see Angel Guard Island in the background. In fact, Prompto asks about it. But we want to get back up to that road See what we got here. DTG making her way through pretty darn nicely. Maddie still in the cutscene, and Barbie finally touching the road. This will trigger Talcott to come pick us up with his truck.
Barbie taking that quick moment to plug his controller in, I think.
Yep, gotta plug it in.
Yeah? It's me, Talcott. My grandpa served...
So on Barbie's side, we've got a nice truck ride. On DTG's side, we've got a nice jaunt through the keep. And on Maddie's side, we are unfortunately meeting the face of God here.
Yeah, and both Team Choco and Team Tonberry have caught up quite a lot.
But they take a lot of trips to Hammerhead
Yeah,
before.
there's a few seconds that's a little bit artificial on Tonberry's side, just because I messed up the last split, but they've DTG's made up several minutes in this run. She's really having a great time.
The guys said they're near Hammerhead right now, so we'll be meeting.
Maddie also doing great, and Barbie is doing his best to crush it here today as well.
Yep. Sometimes the game just gives you a bit of a bad hand, and you just kind of gotta take it. You know, it's unfortunate, and you just kind of do the best you can with what you got, and rely on your skills that you built up.
But it usually isn't for repairs. These days, it's less of a service station and more of a Slayer station.
DTG making her way up. She has 3 on the rage gauge. Let's see if she has any better luck with Foros than our other 2 runners today.
I think we've seen a 4 cycle and a 3 cycle so far.
We've seen some trudgery and drudgery. Not getting the first counter, that's okay. Not always necessary. Going for the second one. All right. Does have Razor's Edge built up. Just needs to get Foros land. Great counter off the top. Got to be careful it doesn't go to Tempest. Very nice execution. Chance at 2 here. Now he's going to teleport off. It'll be a 3 cycle, but a pretty quick one in terms of what Foros has to offer. Oof. Unfortunately, got mobbed off of that reclaim. Gonna be a 4 cycle. Unfortunately, Foros not wanting to cooperate. He can be a bit of a turd sometimes. Maddie not getting the cutscene skip coming out, but that's okay. Literally only mega optimizations there. But he's gonna make his way up to meet up with Talcott. And Barbie should be parking at Hammerhead in just a little bit here. I can't see how far he has to go, but based on the time I've been sitting here, it should be pretty close. Maddie getting caught on the bike rack. But DTG on her way to link back up with the Noctis part of the story. Pretty clean, best you can do with Foros. Honestly, Foros, in my opinion, is a bit more luck than it is execution sometimes.
So happy to see you.
Just can be an absolute son of a gun.
Anywhere. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
And Barbie making his way back to Insomnia. Welcome to the final rush. So the goal for Barbie now is to make it all the way back. So well, I guess it's his castle. He's the king now. All the way back to the Citadel and, punch the bad guy in the face. Explosions. Eagle cries in the background. Freedom. Or something like that. I don't know. I've only played this game once.
Eating pungent tofu again one more time.
Yep, gotta eat that pungent tofu, otherwise this is a bad time. We rely very heavily on this. We saw it in chapter 5, yeah, the end of chapter 5. And we'll see it again here. That damage boost that we're going to get from it is absolutely instrumental to getting through this series
Yeah.
of basically it's a bunch of mini boss gauntlets.
And it's part of what makes Chapter 14 both really, really quick, but also really, really easy to die in. Because of the fact that it only gives you 10% of your max HP after you eat it.
Also, did I catch a swag ring cast from DTG there in that elevator?
Hopefully.
Very nice.
A quick menu here. I believe he's going on MP just for good movement.
Yeah, you can do MP here for good movement. It doesn't. If you have the elixirs, I generally don't bother with it because it takes more time to menu than you actually gain back because of how short the movement is.
Yeah, I guess it's good for Ironmans too, just for the extra warps.
Yeah, if you're gonna risk it and you're worried about maybe being short exosuit, Ahriman's probably a good place where you can try and fight some time back into the exosuit and save it in case things go horrendously wrong.
Also, this is where we actually set up our party members. So one of the things we did in the Ascension menu is making sure Ignis has this team ability called Enhancement, which we'll see coming up in the boss fights, and menuing Magitech Exosuit on all of them, because we will be playing as each of them in the final boss rush, and we definitely don't want them to die, since that would just hinder our progression.
Yep. Those skills were added somewhere along the patch life, but we absolutely want to have the ability to swap to Gladio in combat as well as Ignis. Swapping to Gladio isn't really like a damage thing, but in an upcoming boss fight, what it does do is it saves us about 30 seconds of waiting for the boss to phase down enough that it decides to, let Gladio finish the battle. We basically force its hand. The game says, all right, well, we'll skip all that animation here. You ready to end? And we're like, yeah, we're good to go. I'm like, okay. And one of the final bosses is actually hilariously weak to fire. And Ignis is basically like a spell blade that does elemental damage. So obviously, if we have an enemy that's super weak to fire, we want to, obviously play as the character that does fire damage. Those abilities super worth it. One sec. If anyone is doing the most current strats, there will be, I believe, one last menu right outside of Arden, right outside the throne room doors. And that'll basically be to swap around, I believe, one more magic cast to get it in. Swap back to Ragnarok for Warp Strike damage, and we'll get a very expensive ability called Point Blank Warp Strike, which basically you just do, max damage at point blank range. So
the game goes from holding circle to mashing triangle.
Pretty much. The boss rush in Royal Edition is different than it is in base game. It's a completely different set of enemies. Base game, you get Behemoth King, Ifrit, and you go straight to Arden, I think, after that.
Yeah.
This, you get Ahriman, Cerberus, Ifrit, the Fierce, the Rogue, and the Mystic, and then Arden.
Yeah, so that's, 3 extra boss fights to the boss rush?
Technically 4 if you count Ahriman. But then again, you can kind of substitute Ahriman for the underground tunnel fight. DTG cleaning out the hallways, trying to make her way down to the Ravis fight. Barbie about to get into Cerberus here. Pretty interesting fight. You're going to see us should open with a parry and counter, which then should allow us to do a magic cast of that Lazara that we've built, and hopefully with the right equipment, Barbie should launch directly into an enhancement. which is an ability that Ignis has that is extremely powerful. It basically enchants all of our attacks with a certain element, and for this series of fights, it's going to be ice, and you'll see that the damage is insanely high. Barbie's got to be a little careful here. Cerberus is backed out in the corner. You don't want to push too far with the warp strikes if Cerberus is out on the flanks like that. You can actually push him out of bounds. You also need to be a little bit careful while attacking him if he's in the air, as you can literally knock him over the back of the that gate there, and then you lose about 30 seconds until the game figures it out and respawns him in the field of play. But looking pretty clean. DTG about to get set up for her magic. Maddie making his way through the Aramon fight. Nothing really to super complain about. Really nice here. Pretty clean. Cerberus for Barbie. Nothing to complain about. I love that we're actually coming on. Do you know what the oldest surviving strat in the game is, Yida?
Ooh, I know this one.
Yeah, it's a good topic.
I want to say it is the first hit of Sword of the Wise, but it's probably even something more obvious, like jumping for movement. I don't know.
The day one strat for Ifrit has not changed and is not different in any other version of the run except AMG.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I think
Clarion did it day one.
Yeah.
It's really neat, and it's almost for me it's like a nice little kind of testament to like how much this game has changed over all the patches and years and runners and strats that we've put into it. There is still one thing that is exactly the same as it has been since the first day this game was speedran. And that's our setup for the actual Ifrit fight.
Actually, I want to say Loki is also just as old as Ifrit.
Yeah, Loki is pretty... we used to have to warp strike the snipers first, but like the mech strat, yeah, that's been around since day one too.
Mech itself, yeah.
But yeah, this is pretty cool. So the first part of this Ifrit fight, Barbie just wants to get him to about a third health, and then you'll get a summon. And then he is going to wait patiently in the second phase of this fight, pop a muscle stim, and wait for Ifrit to disappear, kind of, which is actually the beginning of a grab attack. He's going to cast Enhancement when Ifrit disappears to iframe, basically through the grab attack, launch one of the blizzards that we made before the Foros fight, and then we'll Armiger and hopefully get the HP down low enough that he can get the next summon. Looks like DTG having a very good Ravis here, getting all that damage in. Maddie slowly making his way over to Cerberus.
Oh, unfortunate.
Oh, got the grab.
I think he just has to wait for Ifrit to idle around so he can safely throw the blizzard now.
That would be the safety strat here.
Yeah, I think
At
around
up here and not down further. Down further is a pain in the butt. There you go, reset it. The only thing you might have to worry about is if that muscle stim wears out, but the damage should be pretty okay.
Yeah, so once again, it's the same idea as like the same old Ice Brand strat. We're just debuffing Ifrit with the blizzard, and then we're also enhanced with blizzard damage, so we're doing essentially like triple damage. And another thing about using the blizzard is it just brings down Ifrit's shield and stuns him for a bit, and we're just able to shred it to death.
Yep. Yeah, pretty solid, Ravis. Nothing to really complain about. We like those. We take those W's. Maddie just getting started here with Cerberus, pretty clean. DTG with a very, very textbook Ravis. Nothing super fancy, just solid, good damage. Barbie's going to enter the Fierce here, who is weak to lightning. Good news for us, we have lightning. Barbie's still going a little renegade here without the exosuit on, so we'll see how this pays off. I'd say enhancement and then do some warp strike damage. That would be the best backup here, especially if you're low magic. And then you basically want to try and push the Fierce a bit further down, or you can swap to Gladio here.
Ooh,
That option.
that is rough. So I guess he wanted to switch to Gladio to let AI Noctis do damage. AI Noctis is very aggressive, and it does keep the weapons you already have equipped on him. But Noctis is unfortunately down right now.
Oh. Barbie does have, I believe, 8 Phoenix Downs at his disposal.
Looks like we're close to the end of the Fierce here.
Not for Barbie now. Barbie's still got half the health. And Maddie starting to catch up here, about to enter the Ifrit fight. Hopefully nice, clean, and easy. DTG making her way to the Crystal. She'll have her nice little cutscene and truck route. Really, really closing these gaps in. There we go. Barbie at least getting the parry and riposte here. This should put an end to the Fierce pretty darn soon.
Yep, once the Fierce is on 0 HP, you just wait for the quick time event.
Yep.
There is a chance that the quick time event can repeat, but without the Fierce character model being there. And we don't really know how that happens.
I've found a way to get out of it. You just have to mash Warp Strike like crazy and hold forward. And if you hear like the Noctis like Warp Strike animation, you're clear. I don't know why. Sometimes it just doesn't let you, but like at this point, I've lost too many really good paced runs to just having an extra 20 seconds stuck in cutscenes. Looks like Barb's gonna skip that. GG. Maddie about to kick into Ifrit Part 2 here. Let's see if he can get a clean one going. Good muscle stem.
Guess he's expecting company.
Take your time, take your time.
Oh, it got grabbed by Ifrit.
Is no one remembering to put the tech turbocharger on? Gotta put that tech turbocharger on.
I think Barbados has it on.
Yeah, looks like Maddie may have missed that one. But again, this is recoverable. Just need to get enhancement on and just get into it.
Just gotta wait for Ifrit to be idle, bring down the shield.
There we go. Should be nice and clean here.
So does Arden. Acting like he owns the place. It's time to take it all back. It ends here. Tonight.
Very nice.
Oh. You generally want the summon to appear a bit sooner so that while you have invincibility during Omega, you can just safely summon.
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher when you're stuck down on the bottom. All right, welcome to everyone's quote-unquote favorite RNG boss for Barbie. This is Rogue. Thankfully, with further research, I figured out there is a bit of a safety strat that is kind of like a Band-Aid over potential time loss. She likes to bounce around and hide and is one of the quickest, most annoying bosses. The main goal here is you want to try and get her to about half damage, where she'll go into like a kind of charging state where she won't take any damage, but she will stop, which allows you to get in the last little bit of menuing you need, perhaps queue up the magic that you're going to need for Mystic, and if you're lucky enough, you should have an extra cast you can toss on her, which is just enough to push her down into Prompto taking over. If things go poorly, thankfully you can just hang around as Prompto and shoot her from the outer edges. Prompto also does have access to one of his skills called Trigger Happy, which from when you take control of him, should do enough damage to immediately down Rogue as long as you have the bar for it. Another good strategy here, once she's around half health, you can actually hold the block button while she's out, and you can get her into a nice counter and then vulnerable. Matty looks like he has a pretty clean Fierce, doing it the nice and easy way there. And he's going to transition to Gladio here and put that to rest. Good job. Go ahead.
Just to showcase how powerful Enhancement is, Rogue is actually resistant to all elemental damage, but Enhancement actually increases the amount of damage you deal with, even if you have just one element on Noctis.
Oh, it is honestly one of the first abilities I get during the level 1 runs, because it is the amount of damage that it runs is just absurd.
Should be close to playing as Prompter now.
Yep, he is now. There we go. Should be bringing it home. At this point, you might even want to trigger Happy just to get it over with.
And the damage you deal as Prompto increases as you're closer to the enemy, so as you're shooting Rogue, you do want to slowly walk closer to her.
Yep, it's really, really tough. She is so freaking zippy. But onto the Mystic. This is going to be a pretty easy open-shut fight for Barb and basically all the other runners. All you're going to do is cast some fire magic, Ignis, and just hold circle basically for the first phase. In the second phase, you're going to use Ignis's ability. Oh god, I'm misremembering it. Critical something? Critical strike? Either way, it'll do a tremendous amount of damage, and you basically just want to keep the Mystic out of the air.
What's cool about Ignis's fire attacks is that it actually debuffs the enemies with the fire element for you, so not only are you dealing fire damage, but you're also dealing increased fire damage because of that. It's super powerful. And you will also notice that on the bottom left there's a multiplier for Ignis. It's very similar to the Rage meter for Gladios. It's just like a multiplier for the damage you deal, and you want to build that up for a big attack you can do as Ignis.
Alright, second phase for Barb here. Pretty much the same darn thing.
Oh, unfortunately, he's unable to change characters because Noctis is confused right now.
Yeah, that's weird. Try and get physical damage on Noctis. That should clear the confusion. How did he get confused?
I've never seen that before.
Me either.
So, yeah, the Mystic is kinda stupid on phase 2. It can just start flying around. Ignis does have some range attacks, but it doesn't really build up the multiplier as much, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Total Calamity should hit all of them, and
should be good to go. I'd just keep mashing in there, and if not, you can charge another one. Yeah, if you hold triangle, you can just charge up Total Clarity, which is really nice. Maddie looking like he's about to wrap up Rogue here. Can also trigger Happy whenever. Should be pretty clean. Let's see, DTG has about a minute and a half left on her truck journey.
This is the most AP you can get in one go. 100 AP. Just like that. And we are about to spend it all on one super powerful Ascension.
Blank Warp Strike. I love it. I'm here for it. I need it.
So Barbie finishing Mystic at basically the same moment that Maddie is finishing Rogue. The relay is tightening up, friends.
Yes, indubitably.
Why's that? Not much farther. Well, shall we? Knocked?
Also fun to look in the background here while DTG is on this truck ride, because there's all these different big monsters that we fought along the way, just hanging out on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Yep. What Comrades was.
To take with me. Oh. Yeah. I get it.
Lean phase 1 from Maddie's end.
Yep. Very nice from Maddie. Barbie's going to pick a photo here. Doesn't really matter. We're going to skip a cutscene where we have a long chat with Arden. The only reason any of us know what that cutscene is anymore is because it's very important to the AMG run. Beyond that, should just be headed right into the final battle. He's basically going to want to put on the exosuit, take a muscle stim, take a Magitech booster, and just warp strike to some very specific parts here. Not sure what this strat... I've never done this strat without exosuit. It's a bit risky for me, but... There we go. Get it all up in there. Let's go. Bring it home. Yeah, you could risk it with 8 Phoenix Downs. Just got to get that magic and that first warp strike off. The first warp strike can be very finicky, though.
So, Barbados is going to want to set up something we call damage storage. We want to get a high multiplier on one warp strike right before he transitions to phase 2, and that multiplier will carry over to phase 2's warp strikes.
Yep.
So he looks like go to ×4. Hopefully he keeps that.
Yep. Barbie using a little bit older strat here. This is what we used to do before we went for the Arden phase skip. The Arden phase skip can be a little bit risky. Unfortunately, Barbie's going to get KO'd here, so he's going to lose that really sweet damage buff. So he's just going to have to kind of back it out. But there's not too much to this fight. You just kind of hold back and warp strike and hope that Arden doesn't become a tremendous jerk about it.
Yeah, this is the reason why we have so many Phoenix Downs. He just one-shots you whenever he wants to, and it's also why the food we eat is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, that's the other thing with the Arden, the phase skip. If you are not immediately up on your controls, like, you normally don't bring any Phoenix Downs with you, so like any death is potentially run ending.
So on my screen, I'm seeing time coming up very soon on Barbie's side for Team Mod.
Pretty soon for Barbie, yeah, he is bringing it down. I'll call it out for you when I see it. Maddie is done with the Mystic, getting ready for Arden. Just finished his last bit, and Barbie, Arden with the clutch dodge encounter from Arden. Just can't let this run go. All right, Sharky, get your fingies ready.
I'm seeing time on my side.
Yeah, as when you see the shield trigger, that is the time.
GG's, Barbie.
GG, good completed run.
Good game, buddy. Well done.
Geus. Maddie making his way through, also going without the exosuit. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah, definitely giving it up for the runners. Check them out. Right there.
Job well done.
Maddie gonna go for a strat similar to Barbie's here. It looks like maybe going for the Arden skip. Does have the muscle stim active. I don't know what his warp strike, or I'm sorry, Magitech booster count is. He has way more than enough to go for the Arden phase skip. Looking pretty good. Already through the first health pool. Just got to be careful about the second. Make sure he doesn't over damage. The main goal is to also try and get it. You can get the extended damage glitch that Barbie got, and I think Maddie may have over damaged Arden here. This might be a problem. Yeah, I think unfortunately because Arden is over damaged here, he is going to regenerate with a full bar of health. Well, half realistically. So Maddie's going to also have to sit through this for a bit. Oh no, not as bad as I thought it would be, but let's get him through it.
Oh, I've never seen this trap before.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So if you do it right, Maddie overdamaged just a little bit, and that might just be unfamiliarity with the strat. But you basically leave Arden with like half a warp strike worth of health, and you get the extended damage, and you basically stop at that point, and then Arden does his jump where he tackles you. Coming up on time for Maddie here as well. And what you do is once it loads in, you literally do one of the held back warp strikes and it immediately transitions to phase 3. Super quick, super easy, takes that horrible phase 2 right out of the equation.
I'm seeing time on my side for Maddie.
Yep, that is correct.
GG's to Maddie.
GG. GDWP.
Good game, Maddie.
GG.
So. Meanwhile, I think DTG is just coming out of Aramon, so...
yep. She's got
probably...
the Palace Rush to go. Hey, we got some SOP runners going in too. Let's give it up for them as well. If y'all, I saw the commentary slid in. If y'all want to introduce yourselves, I actually know all of you, so feel free if y'all ready to introduce yourselves and the runners.
Welcome to Strangers of Paradise. We are Team Chaos. Just kidding. We're showing off Strangers of Paradise with JT, Felvisage, and Relixert. And yeah, we're showing you how to beat Chaos within 2 hours today. And yeah, with me is Jerickson.
Hello. Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. Yeah, while we finish watching up Final Fantasy 15, you are seeing in the other 2 runners have started Strangers of Paradise and have beaten the first boss. We'll obviously be able to go back through it as Team Tonberry catches up, so we'll let the Final Fantasy 15 people finish up for us.
No worries. Hey, it's good to see a run that I also run being run.
Now, I'll admit, I have not seen 15 yet. This is my first time, and it's really cool seeing how different Royal Edition is from the original release, which is the last time I played 15. So it's been fun watching and hearing the commentary.
It's worth poking through if you haven't, because it goes on sale for like $15-20 every once in a while, and I think it was free. It occasionally pops up free on like PlayStation Plus too.
Yeah, actually right now it is part of the PS Plus Extra collection. So if you do have PS Plus Extra, Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition is part of it. It may actually be part of the PS collection itself. I don't remember.
As much as the internet doesn't want to let you know, it did do surprisingly well. I think they moved over 10 million copies of it. So, kudos. On the fight side, though, it looks like DTG doing a good job. She actually got the stun on Cerberus, which is good. That is the quickest thing you can do. None of the other runners got that. But on second phase, you can actually knock Cerberus vulnerable and then finish it up with the Trident. It is a bit faster and efficient, in my opinion. And you don't have to worry about warp strikes missing or any other shenanigans. You just kind of put your foot down on the damage. Coming up next, she will be attending a dance with Ifrit. She is going to be looking... She's also going casual outfit. Y'all are risky as heck. Let me tell you something. But it looks like it should be pretty bog stock. Her items and inventory look correct. So hopefully we can get through it. Show y'all a very, very clean Ifrit.
Might be in big trouble.
Don't worry, we got this. Have to get through those flames.
Water might do the trick.
Pretty clean intro here as well.
Ash, show me what you can do.
I realize I can also close down some of these VLC players for more effective commentary.
I'm just happy that my laptop was able to play 3 windows at the same time. I did not expect it to have enough horsepower to do that.
I know mine does. I just spent a few days tinkering on the old gal.
Yeah, doesn't your CPU display your own Twitch emotes on the side of it now?
Among many things, yeah.
Show me what you can do. You got it.
All right, DTG getting the first part out of the way. Let's see what we got here. See if she is going to be clean. Hey, it looks like someone remembered to wear their tech turbocharger. All right, this Arden fight should literally be free. Looking pretty good here. Should be Ifrit sliding through frame right there. Perfectly timed. And as long as that magic goes off, looks pretty good. Damage is very much there. That is super clean. That is how you do an Ifrit since day one.
Clean fight.
Clean fight. Yeah, tech turbocharger. You can't get away from it, Maddie.
I could keep going.
Still great runs from Maddie and Barb. This is a bit of a pressure cooker environment for some people. I know we say it's fun and we're just showcasing stuff, but yeah, we're all a little bit competitive. But the fun thing is you get to directly race people that sometimes you might not be able to, learn some new strats, pick up some new ideas, and just get together as a community and kind of chitter-chatter a little bit and, you know, learn and grow. DTG going to make her way to Fierce. Should be pretty straightforward as well. Get the lightning off. Get the trident a move-in, and then swap to Gladio. Great start here. Also afforded the ability of the muscle stem. As long as she doesn't do over about 65% of the Fierce's health, it should be pretty okay. Might be a little close there.
This is it. No doubt. See anything following us? I could keep going.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a little bit of an over damage, but we'll see what the backup strat is. I see enhancement coming into play. Casting that magic. And directly into Gladio. Yeah, this is not a bad play either. I do think that it's pretty good, plus or minus. You're kind of dependent on what the Fierce does, because once he gets into that spinning animation, it's a very long cooldown for him to be able to reset it. There we go. Forced it, and pretty clean fight there.
Did you see that? Face. Person under there? No way.
Lando, if you have the ability, and I recommended this a lot for Final Fantasy 15 speedrunners, spend like $40 on an SSD, and if you need to, just come and track me down. I have a video on how to replace the hard drive in your PS4. It's actually really, really easy to swap out the hard drive for a solid state drive. I know for 15 runners, swapping from hard drive to a solid state is about a 20 to 25 minute time save. It's actually surprisingly simple. For the most part, I think 5 screws total, maybe 6.
I can confirm I followed that video and replaced my own a couple of years back. It's really easy.
DTG is in an elevator now, another form of transportation.
Yeah, let's try not to get stuck in that elevator this time.
Oh, come on, you had fun in Limit Break.
I did.
Dang, Stranger Paradise team's already trucking through. Not to step on their toes, but it looks like Team Mog already through the first real mission. And Team Choco about to wrap up their second. As they mentioned, they're going to be... They'll catch you up to speed once Tonberry gets through it. But yeah, I enjoyed Stranger of Paradise. That's been a neat little run to learn. Great soundtrack, great environment. I think something not what a lot of people expected, but it's really fun to me. I enjoy it. It's great multiplayer, great casual, and pretty interesting tech for a speed run. Yes, it also has. All right, I'll do it.
Chaos.
And Jack is without a doubt, and not even joking, probably one of the best like main characters in any spin-off FF game, like period.
I love him so much.
He's so good.
It's just me. It's just me with a buzz cut. What are you on about?
I mean, we were talking about earlier how the best dialogue options that get you through things faster are just being rude to people, and Jack is basically that feeling personified.
If he even takes the time to respond to anybody, he just punches people in the mouth and walks away.
This game doesn't need cutscene skips because Jack does it for us.
And yet we still skip a really nice rogue here.
Does he still blast Limp Bizkit when he walks away?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm still disappointed none of us had the idea to actually do a cutscene % run of this. I really should, because this game has way too many great moments for not to have a cutscene % run.
Oh, they're comical as heck.
Like this game is like, without a doubt, it's like honestly really good. It's meme heavy at the start, but it's actually like a really great story.
I've had a lot of fun running it, to be honest. I'm not the greatest at it, and I'm still learning, but it's pretty neat.
Actually, I've been playing it a lot in co-op too. If anyone hasn't tried it, it's so much fun.
Co-op mode's just it's a bag of memes in the best way possible. It's so fun.
I never played it co-op before, and I would love to play it co-op.
And also the DLC made the classes way more interesting now. If you guys haven't checked it out.
Phase 1, all done for Mystic. Hey, do y'all remember when I said DTG was on pace for like a high 420 about 30 minutes into her run, and I said that I'm always right? Do you want me to hit the air horn button now, or do you want me to wait?
Blaze it.
Pew, 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 pew.
If there's one thing that we all should know, I'm always right. Not really. The DLC was really cool for the classes. I'll let the Stranger of Paradise homies take over that. DTG just wrapping up Mystic here. Should be pretty
Really clean. Wow.
Yep, that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Don't think I've ever seen you so scared.
I just hate being surprised. Let's get it.
Speaking of FF15, Kias, just out of curiosity, have you read Dawn of the Future yet?
Have I read Dawn of the Future? No, I've been saving it for whenever I get to go to Japan, so I have something to read on the plane over. I'll get to it eventually, whenever that day comes. At this point, it's a joke anymore.
I started today, and without spoiling, it's really good. Like,
Yeah,
if
it's
anyone
really good.
played
I would've loved that.
if anyone played 15, I would absolutely, and you're interested what they scrapped, or what should I say, what they didn't release, if you want to see what happens, just get the book, because I think it's really well executed in there.
Would have been better to play it, but, you know, take what I can get.
That part when Noctis slays the Jabberwocky and saves Narnia just gets me every time.
That's the Omega run,
While
Sharky.
singing in the rain while doing it.
While singing Stand By Me.
It blares softly in the background.
Take a good look, because we're headed right back into the thick of it.
DDG's ahead of PV.
Well, looks like you better get Arden skipped to secure that victory. Hope you've been studying. It looks like I may have been off a few seconds. Oh well.
So close, yet so far.
It's starting to look like Team Tonberry could easily end up making up 10 minutes or more just in this 15 run.
Yep, as expected. all going to plan.
Water magic. Love it.
Everything according to Keikaku, is that how you pronounce it?
Something like that.
No sweat.
All right, getting into the zone. I was definitely off a little bit for DTG, but then again, I'm not sure how her personal timer corresponds with the actual splitter that we're using on this side. There may be a bit of a drift. Looks like a pretty good setup for Arden skip here. Pretty good. I'm not seeing any potential issues here. Keep it nice and clean. Should be pretty much in the bag. Out for another warp strike. There you go. I'd end it there. A little bit too far. Might have to recover on that. See if she can set up the extended damage strike. Yeah, that'll be fine. You'll pull from that. No worries. Should be like maybe 3 warp strikes and good to go. Damn, it's almost like I know how this game works, huh?
I think you've done this.
Well, exactly 3. It was exactly 3.
Get ready on the old timer. Unfortunately, Arden falling down, denying a bit of a quick kill, but should get him when he stands back up. And get ready on time, Sharkles.
Ready here.
And I am seeing
Never seen anything like that before?
time on my end. GG. Well run. Way to bring it back. Looks like a mid 421. Not bad. Terrific work from all the 15 runners.
GG.
Definitely.
And another PB in the relay.
If you haven't checked them out, check out the wonderful runners of Final Fantasy 15. If you need any of our skills, check out the commentary. Final Fantasy 15 out. Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins in. Best of luck to the runners, commentators,